Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I am Bogus Meat Factory. Hi, folks. How are you today? How's it going, Anomus? How's it going, Mike? How's it going, Sakura? Everybody, welcome to the stream. Tonight, we're going to be playing Norco, which is considered to be a point-and-click adventure game masterpiece. We're going to find out if that's really the case. I believe it. Mike, this is one of Mike's all-time game of the year. One of his game of the years. So, like, that's a big endorsement. But I was thinking about this. Nate Wilkie, how's it going? I was thinking about this the other day. So on Monday night, we played and beat Shredder's Revenge, Team NT Shredder's Revenge, and we beat Donut County. It's going to be very awkward if you just dislike this game. Don't worry, Mike. Don't worry, Mike. It has to do a lot for me to dislike it, right? And Noma says, I couldn't help but tell my friend about, best friend about the raccoon game from the other night. It was exactly what I needed to see. I'm so glad, Anomus. Here's the thing, right? So I was thinking about this yesterday, and it was really weird because I played Shredder's Revenge, and I had fun. It was a fun game. It felt great. It hit all the nostalgia marks of, like, arcade, just this feeling, right? But, like, I felt infinitely more fulfilled as a person playing Donut County. That's weird. Like, I felt good beating Donut County, going through that game and just experiencing the characters and just the little things. Like, there was something about it that I felt far more, I felt more... it's a weird... I enjoyed the game far more than I did Shredder's Revenge, which is weird. It's weird to say that, because Shredder's Revenge is a more mechanically sound, engaging, colorful, like, spa. But it wasn't. That was like eating a donut, and Donut County was like eating, a balanced breakfast. All the holes. Just so much. But I really, surprisingly, Donut County was not like a donut at all. Mike says there's also a free lore app the dev made for Norco and Itch, and I was worried it was going to answer too much, but it turns out it also created more questions for me. Interesting. Mike, I was doing some research on Norco on, like, YouTube and stuff like this, because I was like, oh, like, maybe there'll be some silly... like commercials or, like, something for, like, like a furniture store or something like that to put in as a pre-stream, like, real thing. And I learned about the history of Norco, Louisiana, and it is dark and grim and sad. And Sakanako, how are you today? Welcome. It was a dark, grim, sad story, and I'm like, I feel like this channel that does a lot of stuff about Norco, Louisiana, is the developer of Norco, the game. I had just this, he did this kind of documentarian kind of thing, and is very, like, just haunting and grim and ethereal and strange. And I was like, I have a feeling this guy is the same person. I don't know. But how's it going, Sakanako? It's good to see you. It's been a while. How have you been? We're about to jump into this game. Just having a little chat. Tomorrow night we are most likely going to switch the day on our stream. So not tomorrow night. Sorry, Friday night. Friday night's stream is probably going to move up to Sunday. I gotta go probably do fireworks with my kids on Friday night. So expect that to change. So we'll probably wrap up and finish Norco then on Saturday. And then we move on to Citizen Sleeper, which is another big one that Mike really, really likes. I'm appeasing the Mike crowd. Yeah, so it's really interesting. I've come into this game not knowing anything so far. Like, I know nothing. I saw a screenshot. I saw there was 2 screenshots of this game where I was like, ooh, this looks very nice. The art is very striking, right? And I know nothing else besides it takes place in Norco, Louisiana. And everyone says this is one of the best, if not the best, adventure game they've ever played. Point-and-click adventure game. So let's dive right in. I hope everybody else is having a good week. Happy Wednesday, by the way. How's everybody else doing? Y'all doing good on the work week? Kids went to the dentist today. It's not far from where Lip and I grew up. Yeah, so they had in the late 80s, they had a big explosion there. Taldio, so good to see you. Hello. Yeah, they had an oil explosion. Drove through Norco a few times for sure. Hey, Lip, how's it going? Alright, let me make sure this actually pops up. It came with a content warning, by the way. It should pop up here, I hope. There it is. Hold on. So it says that there's suicide in this as well, and content warnings. Earl, as always, is a pleasure. So there's definitely some content to be weary of. But let's dive in. Is this voiced mic? I'm curious. I changed the font type when I popped this up. Martin. Shield hid the stars behind halogen and flame projected into the sky every night. Okay. There was no such thing as silence. The noise never went away. The refinery exhaled an endless sigh. Norco is a real city in Louisiana, said Kanako. That's realism for sure. Nothing like life in Louisiana to make one contemplate suicide. Just saying. Earl said we had the pleasure of consuming some flank steak, medium rare, with ramp butter, and some rocket salad, and some new potatoes cooked in a cup of garlicky butter. Oh, what's a rocket salad? Outside of that, everything sounds delicious. Looks just like Norco. There's a reference to cancer as well, in case that's stressful for people. Good to know. Oh, rocket equals arugula. Arugula's delicious. I love it. Love me some arugula. Arugula. That's what I always think the tiki mask from Crash Bandicoot says. It's like arugula. Talia says rocket is a leaf thing that looks sort of like Oakley's. It's like lettuce. Norco's a part of Cancer Alley, so it makes sense. Yeah, so I read documentaries about the refinery there blowing up in the late 80s, and just the imagery of that town at that moment was really wild to experience. Sakatako says, I always thought it said rutabaga. Nate says, I always thought the mask from Crash Bandicoot said Omago, Omago. Sorry, let's get into this game. There was no such thing as silence. The noise never went away. The refinery exhaled an endless sigh. Could never sleep, it was so loud. I still can't sleep without that sound. In her dreams, the towers were grand cathedrals, places of worship. The swamps hid behind mirrors like spies. The birds transformed into radiant spheres and traced omens above the highway blight. You spent your adolescence sleepwalking between little devastating rituals. Though Blake pleaded, you decided to leave. It's the causeway, so you guys know. I knew he'd get over it. He never did. You caught out on a grainer to Chicago and onward to the West Coast. You never left Louisiana and thought you'd never return. You thought the ghosts of the lowlands wouldn't find you hiding along the road. The years carried you through overlit suburbs of the vast American limbo, across mountains, above cell towers. Thumbing down 99, you saw an old man crouched in a roadside ditch. He was mouthing your name. He had a familiar gaze. He was gone when you wiped the sleep from your eyes. You spoke to Blake, learning of your mother's declining health, her insomnia, her erratic behavior. This game starts out quite depressing, but it gets less heavy as you get further into it. I just don't know if it's because the game is actually lighter or that you get used to the dark tone. Yeah, the visuals are delightful. You ignored the urgency in your brother's voice. By and by, you made your way east. You threw your phone into the Rio Grande. You joined the armies of the Mesa. For months, you were in the company of fugitives. You slept in nuclear tunnels, repairing engines and weaponry. The war was a meme that set Albuquerque on fire. You escaped while the foot soldiers of a pop-out junta bloodied the parched land, while hiding in the berth of a freightliner. You slept easily as the truck shuttled through the plains. You called home from a landline in a motel somewhere beyond Texas. You knew from Blake's hello that your mother was already dead. You hung up, shouldered your bag, returned to the highway. 5 years had passed. The ghosts were calling you back home. Digging the vibe. Oh, monkey next to a computer is a good start. You awake from a delirious dream to find yourself in your childhood bedroom. Monkey watches you from the corner. Somebody's been playing Dreamfall, the longest chapter. You get a monkey in your room. Hits me. I love the cicada sound, so accurate. Oh, bibbling my Ghibli's lip. You know. It's Mr. Ghibli's. Monkey, your best friend, a childhood gift, looking creepy. You spoke with him often when things got difficult, but then you left. He sat there for 5 years collecting dust. 5 years. His eyes fill with anger as he challenges you to return his gaze. Staring Contest Part 1. Glyphs will appear in flash and patterns to match the patterns to meet the monkey's gaze. Oh god, I guess I'm ready. Yes. You successfully meet Monkey's gaze with a cool assurance. However, his expression is unchanged. You stare more intensely. You know, it says after watching all the Toy Stories on repeat for days, Monkey is so creepy. Circles will appear over Monkey's eyes. An outer ring will shrink to the perimeter of the circle. Click when it... Oh, I know this game. Yes, let's do this, Monkey. Anger melts from the monkey's face. Take Monkey. You drape Monkey over your shoulder. Achievement unlocked. I won the staring contest with the monkey. I got this. Did you have a hard time with this, Martin? Alright, so let's look at the outside. I got confused the first time. I clicked way too early. I've played Elite Beat Agents on the Nintendo DS, which was a rhythm game that used a very similar mechanic. Cool January air spills through the open window. The low sun washes over the neighborhood. A small flock of blackbirds dissolves into the tree line toward the lake. Commuter traffic glints along Apple Street as a pair of wrens weave out of the overgrown lot next door. You assume Million has been keeping the plants alive. Boo for action minigames and adventure games. No! Yay! I love me some action elements. Among the books on the shelf is a slim volume called Crisis LARPing. Read! The proto-disaster tourism began almost as soon as the floodwaters left. Punks from across the country ventured into the Ninth Ward, Gentilly, St. Bernard, and finally the East. They curated a theatrical self-portrait of their lives in the ruins. The aesthetics of disaster were central to that emerging milieu. It began to percolate into popular culture. Collapse became the zeitgeist. Wise investors recuperated the experience of disaster. New Orleans became a plastic dystopia, a marketplace for crisis. Is that a bear with an old-timey judge's wig? Where? It's gotta go. You mean my monkey? That's me and my monkey, my friends. A flyer from a show your friend put on a few weeks before you left town. A fight broke out while one of the opening bands played. I got whipped in the face with a bike chain. You still have a scar above your left eye. After the show, you and Blake shot fireworks from the roof of a hotel in Poydras Street. Sleepless and sober, the two of you walked back to Norco. You watched the sun climb over the grain elevators. We were reminiscing right now. We're having ourselves just a time. Okay, that's the living room. The laptop your Parain gifted you. The laptop your Parain gifted you idles on a shoddy particle board desk. Wake the laptop. As the screen illuminates, you notice that the signal in the house is dead. No internet. Looks like Blake was using the computer at some point. He left the browser tab open. View the tab. Fingers crossed for the crazy names like Chopatala Street. Pronounce Parain. Paran? Paran. Means grandfather. Godfather, pretty much. Paran? Or Paran? View the tab. What was he browsing? Lol. The fuck kind of name is Quack Job? Oh, jeez, hold on. Let's get the times right. Okay, up to the top. Modbot archived all YX2Q's posts at SCP Anglers. Anybody still post here? Nope, place is a wasteland. Mods are all SJWs. You're posting. Nice one, jackass. Forgot I even posted. Wanted to run something by you, gents. Was knocking out a sac-a-lay in the spillway. Saw a big round glowing thing in the sky. Called that the sun, OP. Funny. Talked to somebody else. Seen it too near the parish canal. Breh, that's the sun. Laughed my ass off. I see that every day. OP. Been rising and setting every day I've been alive. Dropping fucks. Anybody seen or not? Nothing like this, but birds in them swamps be acting weird. We've all seen the sun, bro. Relax. Looked like it was made of glass, maybe. Would glow real bright, then not at all. Moved fast. Best pick I could get. All kinds of shit was been happening out that way. Get some sleep, OP. Need cash fashion. Sell Quack Job. Use promo code BLEED3. Hold on. Write down BLEED3. I want to get myself some Quack Coin for 0.005 Quack Coin. I don't really, but you know. Lol, the fuck kind of name is Quack Job? Just like the name sounds, full of lunatics, app's a way of getting you to join a cult. Worse than them people living in the mall in Kenner. You can't trade that coin they use on hardly any exchanges because everyone knows it's just it's a goddamn Ponzi scheme. Mods want to do a thing about shills. Won't do a thing about shills, but they'll ban you on the spot for using a naughty word. Place is a joke. Clear net's nothing but celebs, libs, and bots. Seen this exact thing, OP. Still there? Seen at the base of the upper suction. Chapatelis. Really? Chat stares intensely at me. Whoa. Sorry. Let's see, hold on. I'm acting this, yes. This is true, I am acting this. Hug monkey! Okay, I'll hug the monkey. Monkey stares at you, you stare at the monkey. I don't need to stare at you right now, monkey. Oh. He stares more intensely until his gaze passes through you. You become invisible to him. Keep staring. Little circles of light pool in the doll's eyes. Doll's tired eyes as they watch the infinite space beyond your being. The air that hangs between your eyes and his is a vacuum of utter stillness. You look away. Sorry, we're catching up now. There's a ton of New Orleans slang dropping in here. It's gonna be fun. See, if I knew you'd like this. I knew this would be you. He explained that bruh is New Orleans slang and not internet speak. I figured as much. I figured it wasn't internet speech. Mostly correct. I was gonna say it's not too bad. I know, like, you know, Michigan's got some weird ones too that are, you know, Sault Ste. Marie is spelled S-A-L-T space S-T-E space M-A-R-I-E. That's Sault Ste. Marie. Salt Stay Mary. Memories of sleepless nights, the dull refinery hum in the red halogen half-darkness. Your mom sitting here staring through the window. Orleans Parish. New Orleans is the city. Sorry, Orleans Parish, Orleans City. There was a tension in her demeanor, as if you were interrupting some urgent and obligatory task. You continued to the kitchen with no words exchanged. I thought she hated me. She was thinking about Blue. She barely knew you were there. Nolans. Burgerstall, it's good to see you. Wilco, it's a pleasure. It's so good to see you guys. How are you? How you been, by the way, Burgerstall? Hope you're doing well. Lots of things in life. I apologize for being gone, Burgerstall, but I'm back. Don't worry. A letter from Shield Oil sits atop a stack of mail. Shield Oil Community Notice. Dear neighbor, please be advised. There will be elevated flaring at the site of our number 5 stack, near Good Hope, on the evening of Thursday, March 19th. This will pose no health risk to residents. If you have any questions or concerns, please contact the Shield Norco Office of Community Engagement. What can you tell me about voodoo? I miss Frank Davis and his Naturally Nolans segment on the news. A family photo album. I'm looking. Yellowing pages of disposable photographs. Your grandfather, a peculiar look in his face, impossible to read. Your mom staring at Blake through the obscure lighting. He's dressed as a vampire, tugging at someone's waist, pleated khaki shorts. A photo labeled Duck. Scene of a barbecue on the lakefront. The man at the center points playfully at the camera, his face obscured. Turn the page and there's Blue, your father. Though you've never thought of him that way. His skin stained by the sun, a canister of dip shoved into his front pocket, his easy smile, his knowing eyes. He set the book aside. I'm going to keep it together. Because, oh boy, I'm going to keep it together. I'm not going to tell you kind of how the family dynamic being presented here is an incredible parallel to my own. An incredible parallel to my own. Your mom's unfolded laundry. You pause the titles on the bookshelf. The western margin of the lake, critiques of deliberate externality, fence line, diaspora. In the end, we decided to leave dimes. It wasn't the cat cracker or the smells or the fear for our children's health that drove us away, though they played a part. Truth be told, it was the media attention, the spokespeople and activists and academics and all this. I was done with it. I was done being a poster child, done being thought of as a victim. I wanted my experience to be my own, not something to gawk at or dissect in a laboratory. Critiques of deliberate externality. I feel you, Mike. I feel you. S.H.I.E.L.D. has acquired much of Norco's most flood-resistant land, though through a variety of mechanisms. Madere Moore YX1Y argue that one such mechanism is a process of deliberate externality. This theory posits that key corporate decision-makers encourage the company to emit effluent and noxious substances into the environment with the explicit intention of decreasing neighboring property values. This compels residents to sell their properties below market value to relocate as quickly as possible. The criticism that this theory often receives is that it diminishes the importance of slavery in situating black residents along industrial fence lines, Jacobs YX2D, up and down the Mississippi River. In the words of Carter, slavery was the deliberate externality from which S.H.I.E.L.D. continues to profit. Pollution was never needed. Interesting. My parents lived in New Orleans a couple of times, and me and the wife did swing around there for a couple days so she could see places. Very nice, Wilco. The western margin of the lake. Many tragedies have come to pass along the western margin of Lake Pontchartrain. The unnamed hurricane of YW9D left the settlement of Freniere and La Branche in a state of unrecognizable destruction. Those who survived did so by clinging for their lives to the limbs of cypress trees. The fables and secrets of those communities lie with the bones now scattered in the sediment of the lake. This person whose YouTube I found is definitely the developer of this game. Because all they do is talk about these very specific things. A photo of your mom holding Blake as a baby on a beach in Pensacola, Florida. It's winter. You stand beside them, bundled up and laughing as a gust of wind rakes the beach. The sky is bone white. The heat of spring will soon arrive, and the mildewed air of the window unit will fill the room. An old defective flat screen that your mom never bothered to bring to the curb. Pensacola's where you live! Look at that! I wonder if there are bookstores claiming to be the Gabriel Knight bookstore. That'd be great. Sakura's in driving distance of Pensacola. You turn on the television. A chaotic distortion of your mother's memories flash before you. Tune in. Whoa. Distorted indeed. Oh, Sakura, it was just that was where you and your parents took a vacation to, and your brother was a newborn at the time. These are some distorted memories. Okay. Mind map. Me, Catherine Blue. Pops Pierre. It's a vague memory. You don't remember Blue, only the things he left behind: photographs, cologne, tools, the name that your mother kept. Even the pictures that have survived are too faded to make out. Finished thought. It's a vague memory. You are home again. Because your brother needs you, because your mom died, you are traveling. Oh, okay, this is kind of a... Summer days arrived, you built a bike in a garage in Eureka and took it south. Generator shows on the beach, interstate, on-ramps teemed with personalities. The familiar smile on the face of the old man in the Central Valley ditch. Martin says it's weird, but also cool how this TV footage is actually real footage. Absolutely. If you look on YouTube, Martin, about Norco, Louisiana, you're going to find a whole series of videos from this one particular YouTube user that kind of does these documentaries talking about the various events, the hurricane that hit there, and the shell explosion at the refinery, and it's this person. Like, I'm convinced, because it's very much like the same kind of feel, atmosphere, music, and that sort of stuff. It's all very much there. That smile's burned its images into your eyes. Oh, we got... Okay. So let's go through these memories then, through the Midwest. The freight cars rattled in the cold dust as you crouched on the Grainer porch. The cell towers peaked over the flat country, translating the notions of the world. The lights of suburban Memphis, the fences, the traffic, the stark shadows under a lavender blanket of clouds. Afraid, tired, silent and alert at each terminal, you watched the night decay for miles. Then what? You rode in the back of a van wedged between amplifiers from Chicago to Des Moines. You stole a heater from Walmart and brought it to the poorly attended house show. Des Moines to Kansas City to Denver. Across the Rockies. Your friends went south and you were glad to be alone. You spent long nights along these highways in a shitty sleeping bag. You bathed in rivers, you watched the ocean of outer space. You watched the satellites travel along their course. Hey, Sakura! Dentist! My kids went to the dentist today as well. Your grandfather, Peter Pops Pierre Melancon. He passed away when you were a teenager. He seemed to court controversy, though as a child you never understood why. Your brother is a lot. He's oblivious. He's oblivious. Grandma once said that she didn't expect much from Blake. She said he was short-tempered, oblivious, and couldn't focus. Blake was sitting in the chair across from her, staring down at a tablet. After she left the room, you asked him how he felt. I feel fine, he said. Why? Because of what Gran said, you responded. He looked confused. What'd she say? Your brother. It's a lot. Younger, reckless, gets in trouble, spends sleepless nights scrolling image boards. An edgelord, a shitlord, a sensitive soul, compassionate, foolish, can't take criticism, always needs money, tries to help those he loves, but often makes things worse. Insecure, dysmorphic, constantly checking his reflection, always seeking validation. Was terrified of you leaving, and now he's terrified of you dying. I think of him, all I feel is guilt and obligation. No love or anything like it. Your brother. Oh, Gabe? There you go. Well, I'm glad it's okay, Sakura. I'm glad you're doing okay. Your mom died. The cancer metastasized. It was in her liver, then her lungs, then it was in her brain. She was on chemo, never finished her third course. At the hospice on Jefferson Highway, Blake said the traffic shook the building. He left before she drew her last breath. Alone with the morphine drip and the rattling glass, that's how Catherine died. Your mom. The Ditch Man. The smile of the man who crouched in the ditch of the highway revisits your mind. His head was smudged with Wednesday ashes, and mascara ran from his eyes. An old friend of your mom's. Your memory of him is scattered and vague. Interesting. I like this presentation. It's very good. Alright. Let's head out. Oh, kitty. Your mom fed the neighborhood strays. They must be hungry since she passed. Your grandfather's statue of the Virgin Mary sits in the shadows along the crawl space of the house. That's not creepy. Well, I hope, Sakura, that everything goes okay. I mean, mouthwash, we'll take it. You observe the weathered concrete and flaking paint of the statue. Inspect further. The face is especially deteriorated, framed by a system of cracks. You run your hand along the deteriorating contours of the statue. It snaps off as if by design. Behind the statue's face hides an odd assemblage of electronics carelessly soldered together. At the center of the electronic configuration, what appears to be a card reader. Okay. I do not have a card yet. Maybe my monkey does. 3 times this house is flooded. The first flood is a shadow of a memory. Placing your feet down on drenched carpet, your mom and grandfather ripping out sheetrock, sitting in a small RV in the backyard, setting dolls on a cluttered little table. The second flood, you were 14. The pumping station failed during a heavy rain. You were in class watching the clouds move upriver. You got a text saying message from your mom's, stay in Destrehan. I'll come get you. For 2 weeks, you shared a hotel room with your mom and Blake. She spent all her days gutting the house. In the evenings, you would sometimes help. Feels too authentic, Wogo. It is a lot. I'm not even from Louisiana, but it's a lot. You can also navigate by using the mini-map in the corner. Perfect. Anoma says, oh, and I have used that mouthwash. Everything tastes extremely minty if you eat or drink too soon. The third flood. Another pump failure. Your mom hired contractors with the insurance money. She said she was getting too old for it. You were bitter. You blamed her for not selling the house sooner. You stayed with friends in New Orleans. The fourth flood. The fourth flood will follow a slow hurricane, and it will be a calamity. It'll leave the entire region submerged as critical levees breach. There will be a massive blackout that lasts weeks. Much of the sewerage infrastructure will be damaged beyond repair. The embattled federal government will do nothing to assist. It'll bankrupt the region. Small militant enclaves will form along the high ground of the Mississippi River. They'll take to piracy and hijack commercial shipping vessels. Private mercenary forces will retaliate in kind. Slowly, industry will flee this hot zone. The old river control structure will collapse from neglect and sabotage. The Mississippi River will again change its course. Norco, an old abandoned refinery town on a ghost of a river. Your house will be squatted and then raised. The future. Anything else? Oh, I see, yeah. It's the minimap. I'm covering the minimap. Let's move me over here. Oh jeez, not you. Not you. Me. Thank you. Let's move me over here. Okay. Cheese, nothing. Backyard. Nixie says, Hiya! A podcast I listened to was just talking about this game, so now I must tune in to see. How's it going, Nixie? Shout out to Nixie, by the way. Wonderful streamer, wonderful person. Definitely check out Nixie. So great. I gotta talk to you, Million. Okay, Million sits in her characteristic slouch, lost in thought. Her carapace has taken on the rusted and weather-worn quality of the rest of the machinery in the yard. You recall the night that your mom showed up with her. You and Blake stayed up past dawn, poring over pirated API docs. Her ragdoll mass was slumped on the floor as you wrote the routing procedure. You wonder if such memories hide behind the constellation of eyes. Mike says the minimap reminds him of the navigation in Shadowgate. I was going to say Uninvited, but it's the same developers, so absolutely. Deja Vu, Uninvited, that sort of thing. The robot regards you casually. Okay, you're awake. Best sleep in years. The sound of the refinery did always help you sleep, didn't it? In any case, I'm certain I was no help. She gestures towards the motorcycle at the edge of the carport. I was turning over the engine on that bike to test the coils. It was quite noisy, but they're in good shape now. All I need is a fuse, and we can use it to get around while I finish repairing the truck. I heard the phone ringing inside it, but I had my hands full. Excuse me, I had my hands full. Were you expecting a call? Many people have been calling since Catherine died. Your brother's usually the one to answer the phone, but I don't know where he went off to. He's useless. I give Blake a hard time, but he did more to care for your mother during her final days than anyone else. It's been difficult for him. He deserves some time away from the house. Where can we get a fuse? Martin says, I was so happy to encounter Million when I first played this. You're so alone at first, and it's nice to meet someone, even if they're a robot. Oh, don't give me that, even if they're a robot, Martin. Come on. We love our robots. We love our robots. You know this. I don't know if you know this, but I love me my robots. I got, into a heated argument with Nick because he mistreated the text parser in a text adventure game, and I told him to apologize, and he still hasn't. I mean, he kind of did, but it was half-hearted. You don't mistreat your machinery and your programs. You treat them with respect and love. I'm a weirdo. So I'm like, yes, this guy, he's just a dude. I'm just talking to him. Did he not play Hucka Bucka Beanstalk? No. Nick punched a dog. Or attempted to punch a dog. And I was like, that's not okay. That's not okay. You don't do that. It's been difficult for him. He deserves some time away from the house. Where can we get a fuse? The gas station just up the road has them, but you may have to persuade Troy to let you in. Our future robot overlords will love you. I will love them too, Anomus. I didn't mean to dunk on robots. Yeah, we love this guy. Why would so many people be calling? Your mother left behind a lot of loose ends. From what little I know, I gather she was conducting research for a client in Fat City. I sense that many people would like to acquire that data. I'm unaware of where she has hidden it. Perhaps Blake knows its whereabouts. Oh, I know. Who exactly would want to see the data? Your mother spent her entire life researching this town. She knew histories that others have forgotten. History has a lot of value in this place. Who is this client? I haven't a clue. These aren't things she discussed with me. As the cancer spread, she became more guarded with her research. I took her knowledge for granted. Mother had a lot to teach, but she wasn't always the easiest person to get along with. That's all. It's just nice to meet some folks and talk to them in adventure games. I'm bummed out when I'm alone in them. There's two instances, right, Martin, in adventure games in general, where I love when I am completely alone, because there's that feeling of like desperation for contact. You get that in the Myst games, right? Martin, when you get into Riven, that feeling of loneliness and isolation is monumental, and this drive to like engage with people is incredibly strong. And that is a beautiful emotional experience for me. I very much enjoy that feeling of loneliness in a game, that because it's eliciting that feeling, right? That's not me just feeling melancholy in general. That game is eliciting that experience, that feeling, and that is paramount. That is monumental to a player's empathy and their ability to connect, right? If a game can bring about those emotions to you, that's huge. That's a great game. And then there's that other side, where there are characters. Myst is meant to be lonely. Exactly, Sakura. It is. But it's also, that's why when you have people in Myst, they are important and they feel more worthwhile. I'm totally going to get a water break in a second, Mojito, because I'm going to be reading a lot. But then the other side of the spectrum is having these connections and communications with NPCs, because you can have them be not relatable in any way. And I always highlight a lot of NPCs, typically in a lot of Sierra adventure games, their characters are typically incredibly one-dimensional, bland, or uninteresting, quest for glory excluded. And something that LucasArts does really well is generating character and connection. But there is something about connecting with an NPC that I always struggle, and I strive to find really well. And it's very rare in games for me personally, finding NPCs that I can connect to in an adventure game. And when I do, that typically means that it's something that's really special and interesting. And I'm already feeling very charmed by this game. I'm already feeling very charmed. Let's look at the motorcycle. Sorry, monologue over. Your mom's old 4-cylinder 350cc bike has extensive rust and wear. Pry bar. A steel pry bar lies on the ground. It was a good monologue. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. A disintegrating crab net. Blue taught your mom how to make these, and your mom taught you. In the summers, you'd bike to the Sunction before sunrise. Tie chicken necks to the bottom ring of your neck, submerge it, sit there nursing your coffee while the swamp raised its voice. You'd come home with a dozen or so crabs snapping and writhing in a burlap bag. You assume your mom hadn't been out on the water much this past year. This truck was your grandfather's. You remember riding in his lap while he let you steer, the dead wasp that collected behind the seat, the smell of grease, whiskey, and nicotine. You and Blake would drive the truck into New Orleans on the weekend. No AC, windows down. The rattling chassis was deafening, going 75 on Interstate 10. Million has been slowly repairing the vehicle since your mom's death. Oh, something else popped up here. Okay, front yard. Kitchen. Let me go get a drink real quick. I'm gonna be right back. Enjoy the tunes. Be right back. Okay. Thank you for the water cooler break, Mojito. Alright. Kitchen time. Oh, jeez. Your mom's painkillers are spilled across the counter. You discovered so many dead cockroaches in this microwave over the years that it's discouraged you from using it. For several months, a dead baby roach was stuck between the clock's display and the protective screen, blocking the hour. Blake finally shook the microwave aggressively enough that the roach fell into the guts of the machine. That's grotesque. That's a thing that you don't get really in here in Michigan, at least that I have ever experienced. I've never experienced cockroaches. You were always frightened by the laundry room. Who wasn't? Upstairs in the attic. They just show up in Louisiana. Thank God we don't. Yeah, oh yeah, Mike. There used to be much more clutter up here. You imagine your mom gave it away as the end approached. Huh. What is this? Oh, this is, okay, the menu. Okay. Roadside. Ooh, really, Sakura? That's crazy. Who else do you monitor that's in Michigan? Martin says, I don't know if I could live in cockroach country. I mean, I do know, and I couldn't. Lip says, this is going to sound crazy, but this is like the most accurate depiction of that area I think I've ever seen in media. Definitely in video games. So the developer actually lives here. Or lived in here, at least. Sakura says, in Florida, the giant mosquitoes killed all the giant cockroaches. Little sister says, the turtle, he crawled out of the trash can. Don't touch him. See, he's dirty. No, he's not. Turtles are always clean. They live in water. Oh, no. They got salmonella, baby. Trash water is not clean. We gotta go, see. Just let me stare a little longer. He's pretty. Captain Erock. I'll have to check him out. Thank you for the... I will absolutely. Hold on. I'm going to read that now. Need more Michigan streamers. Audio Eric says, I've never been to Louisiana, so I'm learning a lot. The two sisters continue to argue over the turtle that crawled out of the trash can. Padu Private Investigators, we snoop for you. It's Maple and 3rd. The snowball stand is closed for the winter. Alright, so we got home, Dimes Discount, Floodgate Tavern. We're supposed to go to the discount. Snowballs! Louisiana's like Florida, but there's no Louisiana man. There's no Louisiana man. No, there's always Florida man. A film crew set up along River Road. Several floodlights illuminate a gruesome murder scene. Two men stand pensively above a corpse. Approach the set. As you near the set, a small, energetic man jumps from his chair. Attention, dumbass! Can't you see we're trying to shoot here? What are you filming? It's a detective drama called None of Your Goddamn Business. Any other questions? Sounds cool. It's like a murder scene? Keep it up and it's going to be. Hey, you know what? Wait a second. You from around here? Yeah? We could use some cultural expertise, you might say. We're filming a Bayou cop drama and all these knuckleheads are from L.A. An actor on set turns toward the director. I told you, Kevin. I'm from Texas. Oh, that's right, Noah. I forgot your Harvard-educated daddy bought a boutique ranch outside Austin. Well, that don't make you a cowboy, hoss. Now hush up before you scare off the yokel. The director returns his attention to you with a mild look of disgust. Help us out, will you? The script needs some work. What do you say? Yes! Let's do this. Mike says, please go wild on this part. You know me, Mike. If it's not directly related to the story, or necessarily apparent, I'm going to go crazy. Hey, Noah! Get over here so you can learn something from this stupid redneck. The actor smolders. He whispers under his breath. I'm a redneck. Fine, Noah, you're a redneck, a real salt-of-the-earth kind of guy. But as luck would have it, we came across an even dumpier hayseed than you, okay? So just take a knee. Alright, anyway, we need some good slang. What do you call a villain? A bad apple, a low life. Help the film crew. Crawfish? Devil? I'm curious if Bad Daddy is actually what they say. Lip says, wow. Crawfish Devil? Crawfish Devil? You nod solemnly. Wow. Now that is some spicy Louisiana shit right here. Did you get that, Noah? Write that shit down. Crawfish Devil. Damn, that's good. That's sultry. Who says that? No one says that. No one at Juilliard says it, Noah, but we're down here in the muck. I've been hearing all kinds of people say it down here. It's just slipped my mind. Great, that's settled. One more thing. What's a more regional way of saying to murder, to kill? Slay, send him home with the roosters, slather him with the oyster-flavored peanut butter. Dwarven Dad! Slather him with the oyster-flavored... It's... Slather him with the oyster-flavored peanut butter? Oyster-flavored peanut butter? You maintain severe eye contact. Jesus, that's vile. That's repulsive, just like this fucking place. I absolutely love it! Noah! Yes. Slather them with the oyster-flavored peanut butter. Got it? Yeah. Well, I'm satisfied. The Crawfish Devil. Slather up another poor bastard with the oyster-flavored peanut butter. Sends a shiver down my spine. I seriously have to repeat this? This is how real people speak, Noah. It's how people talk outside Silver Lake, you understand? Real people out here are saying weird, gross shit all the time. So memorize that line, because that line is going to win me a Golden Globe. Oh, the director half remembers your presence. I'm pretty good at sourcing talent, aren't I? Always had a knack for it. Guess I owe you one. If ever you need anything, talk to Noah or somebody else on set. Just don't bother me, I'm busy. Now get lost. Is this how the room was made? Exactly. How are you doing, Dwarven Dad? It's good to see you, my friend. What have you been up to? I hope you are doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. Okay. Freight ladder. A freight loader is being repaired in the Bature Woods over the levee. Mike says, I think you should save sometimes. Will do. So many evenings spent watching traffic pass by the gas station. Little has changed. The neighboring business still sits abandoned. The surrounding streets are quiet and empty. Let's save then, Mike. I have not saved at all. It's a thing. Adventure games don't have autosaves, right? I also... Hold on. Monkey stares at you. Stare at monkey. Just checking, monkey. Well, well, well. Look who's back. What happened? Carnival forget you beside the road? And you even brought your little doll. That's cute. Wow, Troy. You look like shit. He seems nice. I hate Troy. Back because my mom died. You're not that stupid, are you, Catherine? Is she too valuable? They never let her die. If anything, she's probably vacationing on a hard drive somewhere. 22 months? Jesus Christ, Dwarven Dad! Hey! Hey! Dance, Tingle! Thank you, Dwarven Dad, my friend. Thank you so much. Ah! This game is interesting. You're trolling me about my dead mom?
Trolling? You're so damn sensitive. Can't say nothing around you. Your mom was excavating all along the rim of the lake. She used to pay me to help from time to time. Matter of fact, she knew somebody smart, somebody vigilant, somebody like me. Especially with Shield snooping around. I seen some wild shit out in them swamps with Catherine.
Dance tingle. Whoa. Police Quest 3 guy dancing naked. Or in his underwear. And what is this one? Speakeasy. Decaf Chatties, Police Quest 3 guy. Ooh, cigar. I like this. Someone smart like Troy. What kind of shit?
I won't bother telling you about it. It might hurt your brain. And anyhow, this ain't story time. Not letting you in this gas station. Goddamn company that runs this dump did me dirty. They swapped me with an ATM machine for speaking truth. Ain't letting nobody through till I get an apology. Very least.
You clearly deserved it.
Go have some clue. If you really want to get through, go get me some of them pills your brother was selling. That might persuade me.
Dagger of Amon Ra, Speakeasy guy. Oh, yeah. Wow. It did, like... It just says P.S. Guerra, and I could not make the connection that was Benadol. I was like, P.S. Guerra? Cigara? I'm dumb. I'm not a smart man.
If you really want to get through,
Oh, get him pills. Or fight him. I'll get you your pills, dude.
yeah, shovel off then.
Get you your pills, dude. Kitchen. You pocket your mom's pills. I also got in the pills on my first playthrough. Cigara? Is that a Pokemon?
Got them pills? Only way you getting through.
Yeah, got your pills.
Smart move. I'll let you cross the pickle line this time, punk.
Hello?
Goddamn ATM machine.
Dusty bags of dog food line the shelf. Fuses. Hold on. Protein bars, bubblegum, breath mints, taffy, etc. You wonder if this place ever started checking IDs. During high school, friends in the city would drive all this way just to get booze. Immaculately stocked cigarettes. Fighting Troy doesn't seem like the thing that makes sense in game, but it's kind of fun. The game lets you. Well, that's good, at least. I'm glad it lets you. We accept transfers, okay. The disembodied illuminated head of the kiosk levitates silently in the browser tab. Good evening. How may I help you? You own this place? You know, I am Discountware, a distributed cloud-based operating system for American Discount Southeast Incorporated, semantic version number 16.3.3. The owner of this franchise is Perilou & Sons LLC. Discountware is licensed to Perilou & Sons LLC via the standard American Discount Southeast Incorporated licensing agreement. How do you like the job? I proudly perform the routine maintenance, operations, and procedures of 227 American Discount Southeast Incorporated franchise locations across the Southeast region. American Discount Southeast Incorporated is a model company awarded for excellence in business and community service. Thank you for inquiring about American Discount Southeast Incorporated. Lip says, that's totally a thing. The rest of the country seems weird to me because booze isn't just readily available at a gas station. I guess that's the French influence. Yeah, booze is not available at our gas station. I was like, do we have booze at our gas station? No? I don't think so. You know, Troy, that guy outside? Thank you for your inquiry. I am forwarding it to Perilou & Sons LLC. Perilou & Sons LLC has declined to respond to your inquiry. So why'd Troy get fired? American Discount Southeast Incorporated prides itself on its outstanding mentorship and jobs training program. American Discount Southeast Incorporated works to ensure that each franchise location provides opportunities for career growth. At American Discount Southeast Incorporated franchise locations, we leverage automation and machine learning technologies to enhance the lives of all employees. To apply for a position at any American Discount Southeast Incorporated franchise location, please visit American Discount SE-ADSC today. I'm good. Fuses hang on the shelf. Thank you, Wilco. Thank you for the compliment on the voice. I detect that you have merchandise in your possession. You must remove any unpurchased items from your backpack and scan them in order to exit the store. Drag the line from the inventory menu in the intended target. Okay. Backpack. Like, this feels very capitalism future, and of course it would show up somewhere like Louisiana where it would suck even more. Oh, you gotta place it on the scanner. Duh. You scan the fuse. Thank you for your purchase. Okay. You got the fuse. Good. We'll be able to use the bike to get around town until I'm done with the truck. It concerns me that Blake isn't returned. He's been spending a lot of his time at Sarpy Paperbacks lately. Perhaps we should look from there. Let's go. Minimaps are fantastic. It also makes, if you try to go through this again, that you can move more quickly through the game. You know, instead of having to like manually move your character, which I think is fantastic. The sky bleeds a color you knew as a child. Airline highway passes beneath your feet. Million has joined your party. Interact with party members by clicking their portraits in the party menu. If you're stuck, they may be able to help. Million shouts over the wind. The bike runs much better now. You can use it to get around during your visit. Where could Blake be? He spends much of his time at Sarpy Paperbacks. Perhaps we should check there. How's Blake been? The year that you left, Blake became uncontrollable. His behavior troubled Catherine deeply. He was beginning to remind her of your grandfather. After he was expelled from Destrahan, he began running drugs into the parish. He made himself many enemies. He put those things behind him after her illness, but now that she's gone, I'm uncertain what to expect. This place can ruin people. You can feel the scene. Wilco, I agree wholeheartedly. You can feel the scene. Perhaps. I won't apologize for leaving. No one is asking you to, Kay. How have you been? I'm always the same. Kay, always the same. Is that bad or good? Whichever you prefer. Are you depressed? No. Love you, Mills. Thank you. What's it like being around town? S.H.I.E.L.D. has been expanding since you left. Catherine took your grandfather's boat into the lake to investigate reports of construction in swamps along the shoreline. She assumed it to be unpermitted S.H.I.E.L.D. activity. She was unable to find any evidence of it, however. It was clear that she found something during that investigation. It's funny because this is supposed to be January and Louisiana's hot even in winter. Exactly, right? What was it? I don't know. Perhaps you do? I haven't spoken to her in years. How should I know? So what makes you think she found something? I've known Catherine for a long time. Her behavior changed. In any event, something drew her to the lake in the months before her death. Monkey stares at you. You stare at the monkey. World map. Floodgate Tavern, Dimes Discount, Sarpy Books, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Oil Refinery. Oh yeah, this looks all very Very, legit. Two teens nod and gesture excitedly while bouncing between topics. Where'd this dog come from, bruh? Dunno. She's been sitting here for a while. You seen her eyes? Them eyes or something, bruh. A stocky pit bull with piercing green eyes watches the horizon with a neutral demeanor. As you reach down to pet the dog, she shows her teeth and growls softly. The young man leans against his station wagon while scrolling idly on his phone, his silhouette darkened by the fluorescent glare of the payday lender sign. I started doing this rideshare thing a few weeks ago. Kinda hate it. Why? Sucks. I even bought the soundtrack on Bandcamp because I was so into it. It's good. This is some chill, like, just... It's a vibe. Yeah, sucks. Probably gonna try and get an invite to this Quack app people have been talking about. And it's gotta be better than this. Anything else? We're going in. Your mom used to come here to dig through the stacks. Among the heaps of used romance novels and westerns, she always managed to find some occult artifact. The owner is also the landlord. You imagine that's the only way he manages to keep a place like this running. Over the years, they've experimented with other revenue-generating schemes. For a while, you could get your phone repaired here. Then they tried selling vape cartridges, then Kratom, then anime wall scrolls, LSU yard ornaments after that. You remember seeing online that they were trying to do some kind of acupuncture thing. In the end, the schemes always fail, and only the paperbacks remain. I'm glad the music retains after I click out of the window. A lot of stuff doesn't. Mike wants a haiku. Let's loop up the old vocal cords. Mike, even if I did get something spoiled for me, which it didn't in this case at all, I forget. My brain is not one of a memory of these sorts of things. I'm not even going to give you the haiku intro. It's too much of a vibe. I don't want to ruin it. Pillars of fire, spewing smoke and ash and death, but it smells like home. It's a vibe. It's honestly a hard game to spoil since it's so much about experiencing the vibe. Exactly. My brain unfortunately does a thing where it's like, oh, is this a spoiler? Then I'll remember forever. Mike, that is not the case for me. Better than it beats smelling like Teen Spirit. Thank you, Mike, for the haiku. You wonder how anyone can read in this dim and cluttered bookshop. This is the one screenshot that I was like, ooh! It was this and the picture of the statue. The Virgin Mary statue that's outside the house. Those are the two screenshots I saw. It was this and that. So I haven't seen anything else outside of that. As your eyes adjust, you see Blake's childhood friend Erica waiting behind the counter to greet you. Kay? And Million? When'd you get back to town? I've been in Norco for quite some time. Perhaps you are misremembering Erica. Weird. I guess so. But anyhow, Kay, you're looking rugged these days, old friend. That's an intense scar above your eye. Yeah, I'm a badass. You know what? I agree. I heard you ran into Troy. That guy, my god, he's such a clown. I was keeping up with your travels online, but haven't seen you post in a while. I have so much to tell you. I tossed my phone in the Rio Grande. I have so much to tell you. I can only imagine. We'd love to grab a drink and hear all about it. For what it's worth, things have been eventful around here as well. Floods, fires, gunfights out in the lake. Rarely a dull moment these days. And of course, your mom was always in the mix. I'm convinced she never slept. I'd be driving late from the city and swear to God I'd see her alongside airline. She'd have a headlamp on, dredging trash out the burrow ditch. Up until the very end, she never let her illness stop her. Let's see. This is a great screen. Martin, I agree wholeheartedly. The cat is the main dev's cat. I love it. Someone know what engine the developer used for this dialogue. Was it Ink? This is a question for the chat. This is a question for Mike. Mike would know this answer. Or he will know this answer soon when he researches. Because I know he's frantically Googling right now. I miss the hell out of that woman. Same. You and her brother have been living in my heart since I heard the news. I know you weren't always on the best terms with your mom, but she loved and admired you. She talked about you constantly. I think you used to make Blake upset. He felt like you were the favorite. He's absurd. Yeah, he's a dweeb, but we still love him. Have you seen Blake lately? Yeah, I saw him just yesterday. He hasn't been around the house. He has not. He said he was heading to the Floodgate Tavern when I saw him. He may have gotten wasted? I know Gus let him sleep behind the bar a couple times. Did he know you were coming, Kay? He never mentioned it. Figured he tried to avoid me. Yeah, he can be like that sometimes. I've had to be delicate with him recently. If I ask how he's doing, he goes quiet. If I offer help, he doesn't return my texts. He's broken. Sometimes I see glimmers of light in his personality, but it's rare these days. If I hear from him, I'll tell him to find you. Hey, Crouton. So this here is the illustrious Crouton. We found him behind the dumpster out back licking cardboard. Whatever you do, don't try to pet him. He's a devil. Got scars all over my hands from this damn cat. Oh wow, Crouton usually bites strangers. He was like you. I love him very much. He's a crawfish devil. He seems to be getting a little excited. I'm petting this cat until the end of time. Wow, I've never seen a cat purr this hard. Maybe you two should slow down? Oh no! I'm petting this cat! No, really, stop touching the cat. Crouton looks like he's fixing to explode. Hold on, I should save before I explode the cat. I don't want to explode the cat. Okay? Let's not explode the cat right now. But I'm still petting him. Yes! Achievement unlocked. I launched Crouton. I'm gonna pet that cat to completion. What the fuck just happened to the cat? Kay? God damn it, I told you to stop fucking with the cat! Did he just launch to the ceiling? What the hell just happened? I look, if I see a cat, I gots to pet it, okay? I gots to pet the cat until I bite. Right? I pets the cat until I bite. And then I pets no more. That's how it goes. That's the life that we live. That's the life that we live. We pets a cat until they bite. And then we pet no more. I love that this game is pretty heavy, but then the goofy stuff in it, like that, which is completely optional. It's not optional, Mike. That was not optional. What? Who? I want to... You know what? Hold on. Hold the phone. Xbox? Let's talk about this. I want to know how many people got that achievement. All right? I want to know how many people got that achievement. Let's look. I pet the cat too. Everybody pets the cat. Hold on. I am not looking it up yet. I want a prediction. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Just a couple bits here and there. All right? How much percentage? How many people pet the cat? All right? More than 80%? Less than 80%. Let's see if that messes this thing up since we're using percentages. More than 80% or less than 80%? Start your predictions. I don't even know how much time I spent. You got like 30 seconds. You better go. Shame on you, but this is Xbox, Mike. This isn't Steam. This is Xbox. Game Pass game, so I'm going to say nothing gets up to 70% at all, says Wilco. I think you have to download it for it to count. I want to know. So, 9.5k says no. Somebody better put some money in on the yes then. Make yourself some bits, because it's going to be over 80%. Somebody did. Let's look at the official achievements. Okay, let's look at the achievements. Okay, look at the achievements, Norco. Thank you. I'm disappointed in the world. What's wrong with people? Can I pull this up 1 second? Let me pull this up. Bam. Look at that right there.
Want some rye?
Course you do.
Course you do.
27.66%. 69% people won the staring contest with the monkey, right? 59% unlocked 25% of the nodes of the mind map. Only 27%. Scandalous. No, because if 69% of all players got the monkey, that means that a lot of people then who got Game Pass played the beginning of this game. I am upset. I'm upset. Shame on this world. Played for like 10 minutes. Enough to do a series of minigames with a monkey. I bet yes, but I think the baseline is anyone who owns the game, which is probably a lot more than people who have actually played it. Shame on them for not playing it then. Double shame. It's a double shame. Shame on them, 1, for not petting the cat, and shame on them, 2, for not playing it. Let's look at Don't Be a Vampire. You pick the slim, self-published paperback from the shelf and flip to a random page. Another dark and lonely night spent in this cavern of despair, hidden from the daylight. Blackout curtains are all that defer my eternal death. Thought being a vampire would be as sexy, but it's not. It's awful for your skin, I look pathetic. Also, blood tastes like bong water. Didn't think it'd be like this. Good Hope Cemetery Easement. A carbon copy of a document authored by the St. Charles Parish Planning Committee. The document outlines the parish's intentions to secure a roadway through a 90-meter stretch of the Shield Industrial Complex. This easement would allow the descendants of those entombed to visit the Good Hope Cemetery. These grave sites are currently surrounded on all sides by the refinery. Bong water. Yes, of course. Oh, and rice. Of course. Blood tasting like bong water. I want to read the rules. Those clearly say rules. I want to read the rules. Crouton's phone case. You grab the phone case from the counter. Acquired a phone case of Crouton. Resembling Crouton. Can I put that on my phone? Oh, I threw my phone in the Rio Grande. WTF is the numbers now. Okay, I'm sorry. Kay, I love you. I know you're going through a hard time, but I'm a little pissed you launched the cat through the ceiling. Just give me some space, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will leave. I do hope Erica's correct and that Blake's absence is due to nothing more than another drunken night. My intuition leaves me with a sense that something is wrong. Do you feel it too, Kay? Does something feel strange to you? Something feels strange. Is that part 1? Act 1. Several weeks ago. Persnickety see cow. Play it. I just launched a cat through the ceiling of a bookstore. To my vigorous and unrelenting pets. What brings you here tonight? I want a record for my children. I don't want to leave my kids alone. They may still need me. I understand. And you were referred by Mr. Richard? Duck. That's what everyone calls him. Yes, Duck. We followed his branch with some interest. Who hasn't? I gather we'll be discussing this in more detail as things progress. For now, let us begin with a simple exercise. I'd like to talk about your earliest memory. It's of pine trees, yes? How are you doing, by the way, Persnickety? I hope you're doing well. I've missed you. I've been gone for a while, so I'm really glad to see you. That's right. Tell me about them. They grew from the concrete. Like sick flesh. It cracked the driveway. Like sick flesh. Like cancer. They made your father upset. He'd seen them and frown, but he'd remain silent. He'd sit quietly in the truck, dissatisfied. I wouldn't say a word. Speaking in those moments made you a fool in his mind. Your father's house. Was suffocating. I couldn't wait to get out. And that's why you married Blue. Yeah, to have somewhere to go. We bought a little place on Good Hope Street, though the whole thing was a mistake. When I told him I didn't love him, it was in my father's voice. I told him I never loved any man. Was it true? That was a difficult night for you. It didn't feel real. Why? Oh, the spillway was black that evening. The spillway was flooded. It looked like black marble. I did not mean to do that, but that's okay. Cheese, how's it going? Cheese, it's good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Where was Blue? He sat at the window all night. The east-facing window? Yes. When you stood over him to apologize, you saw the flare stack of the refinery in his eyes. Cheese. I understand. Persnickety, see how you haven't played Firewatch? Firewatch is fun. Firewatch is fun. It's got its good moments. I don't know how I would feel after, like, coming back to it. Firewatch, I enjoyed it. I'm curious. I may revisit it on stream at some point. Because I don't know if I would like it as much as I did when I played it first time. When you stood over him to apologize, you saw the flare stack of the refinery in his eyes. I never apologized. What is... How was it after that? In the time before he died. We circled each other in wide orbits and hide at the center of the house, nursing Kay, and only leave when I heard him step out. Nixie says, I played Firewatch twice now, and I liked it. Better the second time, actually. Interesting, Nixie. That's a good thing. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I had a lot of strong emotions playing it the first time. So I don't know how I'd feel the second. I took it real slow, and I processed a lot in that game. And I don't know if the second playthrough would have that similar emotional reaction. You know, he'd sleep on the couch or next to her crib. He'd sing her old Cajun lullabies, pet her head, whisper to her about his life. And then there was the explosion. When the cat cracker blew. They say 5 stories. I went to identify his body on a Thursday night. I remember the tempo of the streetlights. The police scattered across the East Bank. I haven't played Darkside Detective though. Thimbleweed. Oh, but Thimbleweed was great. I enjoyed it a lot. Thimbleweed was one I really, really enjoyed. I very much enjoy the ending too, which people don't like, but I enjoy his endings. I enjoy his endings. I carried Kay in a blanket. She never cried. We were quiet, she and I. Saved all those. Sufficient bogus humor, I believe. Exactly, right? And a little bit of iconoclastic design and narrative, which I very much appreciate. Tell me about this man. I'd see him from time to time around Norco. This was many years back. But several weeks ago, Blake saw someone passing by the house. I think it was him. Why? I just do. The robot is no longer there to deter him. Million? Yes. Could be it. What was your first encounter with Million? Let me think. She came to me in the parking lot. Kay was about 12 years old at the time. She knew Blue from his days at the aluminum refinery. I stared for a long time into her constellation of eyes. They swirled in a kind of desperation. I took her home, knowing it was another mistake. We were reckless in those days. I welcomed any trouble I could find. We keep these, right? We keep all of these. What is the significance of this image to you? It's... I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. It's a sphere. It followed me in the lake. When? Recently, a few weeks ago. This is where Mr. Richards' branch factors into your biography. Duck's version escaped. A hard fork, an extremely rare instance. I grew into some kind of monster. This is where Mr. Richards' branch factors into your biography. That's Duck. Duck's version escaped. A hard fork, an extremely rare instance. It grew into some kind of monster. It began speaking to me through the radio. It told me to install an app. An app? Yes. I think it has something to do with the thing, the sphere, whatever it is. But so long as it pays, I don't care. I can use the money. The app pays? Yes. I see. It seems this is the last control point that you submitted. Would you like to include any additional thoughts or memories? Anything not included in the intake form? No, that should be enough. Really, Persnickety Sea Cow, having trouble getting into Divinity Original Sin 2. What's causing the barrier? I'm curious. I'm very curious what is causing the barrier of Divinity Original Sin 2. I will now begin disconnecting the sensors. A slight feeling of nausea and disorientation is normal and no cause for alarm. I thank you for your patience, Miss Madeira. Madeira? Whoa. Martin, it absolutely is. No idea what Super Duck wants from me. Better check my phone. Quack job. Says here I need to go to the Curious Duck. Install Quack check and set up multi-factor. They were talking about this being like a cult. The Curious Duck is the nearest rendezvous to your location. More information awaits you there. Receive orientation at Eagle Janitorial and Paper Supplies in Fat City. Hoot hoot. Oh, okay. That's us picking our phone case. Whoa. Just checking in. Please text me when you can. I'm fine. Where are you, dear? Arizona. Where in Arizona? I don't know. Love you. Just checking in. Still in Arizona? New Mexico. Be careful. It doesn't seem safe to be there right now. Call when you can. Getting worried. Okay? Blake says he hasn't heard from you. Really getting concerned. Please call. They put me on another round of chemo. Would love to hear from your call. Where you went, Ma? I'm out. I'm fine. Had to drop something off at your parents'. Been gone a while. I had to make a couple stops. I'm okay, I promise. Blake, have you heard from your sister? Yeah, she said she's okay. Where is she? She didn't say. Dear, where'd my pills go? In a meeting. We'll call back. How'd it go this morning, Mom? We'll call. Ma, I came back around. I'll be home soon. Calling Uncle Chip. It's fine. Love you. Love you, sweetheart. Blake, can you hear me? Can you come to the living room, please? Something's happened. Out this evening. Everything okay? You need to stay home. I'll be fine, I promise. Love you, my nerd. Love you, Ma. Hoot hoot indeed. I will go. Whoa. Been a while, Duck. Too long, old friend. How's the weather on your side of the tracks? They had me on chemo. Terrible. I don't have long myself. They got me carrying around a tank. Blue's waiting for us. I don't doubt that for a minute. Praise the glory of God. Something on your mind, Kate? Don't want you to raise your blood pressure. Try me. Super contacted me. So we did. Don't mess around with that shit. Where you went? Don't mess around with Super Kate? That thing's got no soul. Like to ruin what all it touches. I need the money. They don't take money where we're going. I can't leave it for the kids to clean up. Blue left them a little bit with how he went, but I was a fool. Don't worry yourself like this at the end. Find peace. No peace for me. Don't get mixed up with that thing, Kate. I'll tell you now, it won't go how you want it. Kate? God damn it, I hope you're listening. My Direct. Welcome to the Oxnard My Direct Medical Portal. 6281760 is your verification code. Do not share this code with anyone. You have chosen to receive online billing notifications via SMS. To confirm, please respond yes. To cancel, please respond no. Yes. Your SMS notification service is now confirmed. A bill for $1,563.24 has been posted to your My Direct portal. An outstanding balance. A bill for $1,763. An outstanding balance of $3,226. $3,333.34. Outstanding balance. Bill $12,000. Outstanding balance of $15,000. Jesus. Okay. There's a lot going on here. All right, so we can't leave yet. Ma'am? Ma'am, are you okay? My eyes are just playing tricks on me, I guess. Vertigo and visual distortion are common side effects of a versioning session. Shall I contact our on-call physician? No, it's fine. Very well. Last name? It's Medere. Medere? Mederi. That's what it is. I'm going to say. Mederi. First name Catherine. One moment. Your head drive is fully synced. You have chosen our silver tier. Your product does not come pre-installed with adware blocking services and is provided as is without warranty. You are eligible for a free sync anytime before the new year. Thank you for choosing the Greater New Orleans neural versioning clinic for your cognitive versioning needs. Something happened, right? No. I just heard that. Oh, it's because now I can get a ride. It's too wavy. The uncanny smile of personal injury lawyer Martin Smart hangs above Interstate 10. His eternally coiffed hair clings desperately to his head. His hallmark blood-red tie catches the eyes of drivers speeding past. East, just a click away, the sign reads. Yep. Interstate 10. The Interstate Expressway traces a scar down Claiborne Avenue from east to west. The bridge cuts east through the Treme and the 7th Ward, like places whose stories should be forgotten and left behind in haste. The pillars still tell these stories beneath the interstate. East above the Industrial Canal. Sorry, my chair is very squeaky. It's about to die on me. I expect on stream at some point for this thing to break and me fall flat on my ass. The abundance of personal injury lawyer billboards in Louisiana is atrocious. Yep. Detroit area too. I feel this very much so. East above the Industrial Canal, the moldering strip malls, the narrowed expanse of the lake, the shrimp boats that prowl the black marble waves. East through Mississippi and the winter weeknight darkness, and onward to Florida where it terminates. Games about death and memory a little too heavy sometimes for Stickney Sea Cow. I understand this wholeheartedly. And for me, I embrace heavy dramatically. You know, that's difficult for a lot of people. And I get it. And I understand. Like, but I am very much a person who leans into, you know, the turn, into the swerve. Like, I'm going with it. We're going into the spin out. All right. Let's see, west. West is the concrete expanse that breaks clean and sharp at the St. Charles Parish line and gives way to the cypress swamps. Tupelo crowns spire above the overpass, silhouetted by an unnatural glow that leads to Norco. Mike had to play this in small chunks. Wilco says, I'm cutting the heavy of watching you play this by playing Danganronpa on a different screen. I do not lean into heavy. I understand, and I do not in any way want to make anyone feel diminished by the idea that, like, I go nuts into this. There's a lot of people who would sometimes interpret how I perceive things, how I engage with things, and especially, like, heavy games. They interpret it as me being like, I'm emotionally sound and you have a problem that you can't face. That's very much not the case, and I hope that doesn't come across, because people have said this before. And they've been very upset about it. Right? We had to go here, right? This is what our little quack said. Curious Duck is the nearest rendezvous location. Whenever things get heavy, just remember Crawfish Devil and Launching Cats with Love. Exactly. This is taking forever to start. I'm starving. You been to any of these yet? No, what is it? A puppet show. They always start late. I told them I'd help load the gear, so I'm stuck here until it's over. My stomach's gonna eat itself. A makeshift puppet theater. The curtains are closed. Maybe I'll come by later to see what this is about. A newly refinished Art Deco structure glows beyond the overpass. They turned Charity Hospital into art lofts. Disgusting. So let's do the car. Right? And that would have wanted me to do. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, so I can't go anywhere yet. Costs money. This is interesting. Oogles. How's your night, ma'am? Not great. Sorry to hear it. You wouldn't have any change to spare, would you? Sure. But all I've got is a buck. Really appreciate that. Change has been hard to come by this evening. Didn't know we'd be going head-to-head with sketchy Santa. His sign says he's raising money for veterans. Last night it was for leukemia. Night before that it was for something else. I respect the grift, but he stole our corner. Tell him something. You should confront him. We did. He tried to kill us. Yeah. Huh. With a knife. Wow. It was dull, so it just bruised a little. Well, that's a little extreme. That's terrifying. Are you sure you're okay? Doesn't hurt as long as I'm drunk, so thanks for the dollar, lady. Yeah, thanks for the pain relief. Crazy-ass Santa?
Ho, 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 ho.
Satan's eyes. I read that as Satan. Satan's eyes roll wildly in their deep sockets. His mouth twists into a smile.
How are you, dear?
Got $1 to spare? Help spread some Christmas cheer? Gave my last dollar away. I just let go of my last dollar.
What? That $1's for me.
Okay, evil Santa. Hot dog vendor sits behind a large plastic cart. He looks up eagerly as Catherine approaches. Oh, hey, hi! He watches Catherine with a silent grin. So is this... I'm flannelous. And these... He makes a grand sweeping gesture above the pot of vague meat. Are my dumpy dogs. Silent, smiling, resuming. He begins to pick at the lint that peppers his jacket. Flannel ass dumpy dogs. He nods, smiles. Would you like one? Sure, what the hell. I'm dying anyways. Really? You're buying a dumpy dog? That's fantastic, that's great. You seem a bit surprised. It's just been a while since I've gotten some business. Been a little slow, haven't ordered new dogs in a while. So these are old dogs? Nothing to worry about, they keep well. How old? Business was popping, like I was doing really well back in YX2D. YX2D, that's nearly a decade ago. How would you like yours dressed? Tell you what, think I'll pass. I'll be here all night. Anything else I can help you with? Interesting. Dumpy dogs. Curious duck. And that is why Marie Laveau opened a t-shirt and camera shop on Royal Street. That's not scary at all. Marie Laveau did not open up a t-shirt and camera shop on Royal Street, okay? Marie Laveau was the voodoo queen, baby. I paid for a ghost tour. If we're just going to walk around looking at t-shirt shops, I want my damn money back. Jazz Fest Dad.
This is a farce. What kind of tour guide are you?
Well, technically I'm not one, but... Excuse me? My roommate is.
Then where is he?
Long story. I came all this way because the website said it'd be fun.
I'm having an alright time.
The city was supposed to be enchanting.
Anyone trying to score some Molly?
I hate New Orleans.
Marie Laveau and her t-shirt shop.
Right? There's a small plaque next to the door that says Curious Duck. This is the place. That's the right reaction. Door's locked. Let me look at my phone. Is the nearest rendezvous location. Okay. So yeah, talk to somebody. So you changed your mind? Getting hungry? Craving a dog? Curious Duck's door is locked. What's with this shop over here? I was told to come by, but the door's locked. Curious Duck? Rosie doesn't let anyone in unless they know the secret knock. What's the secret knock? I can't say sorry. It's urgent, please. Well, I do need some business. Alright, I'll buy one of these old hot dogs. You won't regret it. Doubtful. How much? Just $14. Is that a joke? Is what a joke? Christ, do you take wallet transfers? Cash only. Damn well. What if I send some business your way? Then I'll show you the knock. Fine, it's a deal. Okay, let's go. Oh, puppet show time, baby. Crowd has arrived to watch the show. This is taking forever to start. I'm starving. My stomach's gonna eat itself. Do you consider yourself an adventurous eater? If you like to live dangerously, there's a guy selling old hot dogs up the street. Sounds like a delicacy. Always looking for ways to fortify my intestines. The show's getting started. I'll go grab one after it's done. The show's getting started. I should take a seat. Let's go have a show. Who's ready for a show? Come join us around the fire, ladies and gentlemen, for a show unlike any other. A puppet show in the mind's eye. Gator Farm. Next exit, cold drinks. Deep in the cypress hollow I hide. I mourn this evening. My last child is dead. They hang hooks from the trees with chicken thighs. They shoot bullets in our heads behind our eyes. It is a curse that I am the last to survive. I was once captured by a fisher fool who called me his own. He walked me like a dog along the sinking streets. He fed me strange plants and deli meats. He even covered me with blankets when I went to sleep. I left on the night of a monstrous flood. The fool has not rested a single night since. He stalks these bayous each night, hoping to see my eyes shine. He calls out a ridiculous name that was never mine. You like my gator puppet? Tonight I will shine my eyes at him. I have a request. Kill the shrimp-catching man who killed my children. Remove his head. Bring me his skull. Do this and you may again leash me like a dog. What a puppet show. Gonna go. What the hell? Alright. Hold on. Okay. What is this game? Hello, fisher fool. You've trolled this bio for many nights. Here I am, the one you're trying to find. My child hangs dead across the lake. Bring me the head of the shrimp-catching man, the one who captures the small ones. Peel the flesh from his skull. What delicacy are being eaten by Sir Nick in Italia? This I do not know, Earl. Nick is busy. Anoma says the cicadas. Do this and I'll be your dog again. I love me some driving minigames. Oh. Don't want to run to the ground. There's more. Been a long time I've seen anyone down this bayou. They all too frightened anymore. Because alligator ever to hunt in the lake. She makes her den just across the way. She took my child from me. Buried him where I found him. Near where she stayed. I visit that side daily. Hoping I might catch her, but she knew better than to show her face. But one to cut out that big skull of hers, that'd be something worth bragging on. Be a roadside marvel. Could be money to make. I see that rifle you're holding. What did you say? Kill the shrimper. I gotta get it for the, Oh. Sorry, boat. For the gator. Oh, the boat behaves very differently now. The alligator hangs dead from a meat hook fastened by the limb of a cypress tree. I'm curious if there's more I can see. I feel like there is. Let's go take the long way around. You did my bidding, Fisher Fool, just like an obedient dog. Each day you held my captive. My patience strained. You'll not humiliate me again. Consider this your last mistake. What's most dangerous by you? I relished the horror that struck the Fisher Fool's eyes. I first took one limb, but left him alive. Made him crawl like a dog before he died. Interesting. The crowd is discussing the show. That was quite a show. Show's over, but the crowd hasn't left. Maybe they're hoping for an encore? Guy from the puppet show. Guess he followed my food recommendation. Hey, this is pretty tasty. Thanks for the rec. I might get another one.
Just wait for it, pal. Hope you know where to find a bathroom around here.
Hey, thanks for sending some business my way. No problem, but we had a deal. Deal? You're supposed to show me the knock. Oh, well, sorry. Rosie would be upset. Are you kidding? I sent you business. Show me the knock. That was the deal. Well, okay, but I'll only show you once, so here, listen. Did you get it? That was the secret knock? Very secret. That's how everyone knocks. Exactly, who would suspect it? Dun, 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 dun. Catherine knocks on the door and hears the subtle sound of its unlocking. Crouton, this cat looks familiar. I want to pet you. I want to pet you into oblivion. Mass-produced novelty voodoo dolls and tribal figurines clutter the display case. Plastic simulacra of ceremonial masks hang on the wall. An overpriced selection of travel guides, cookbooks, and haunted histories of New Orleans fills the shelf. An odd jumble of Mardi Gras beads and other trinkets spill from the table. Unopened merchandise boxes are pushed to every corner of the room. Don't touch the ball. Suppose you think you can come in here with your soft little hands and touch my magic ball. Don't work like that, love. Now I got to clean off the smudges. I see you've been eating french fries, greasy hands. Nasty. You must be one of them super duck people always coming around here looking down at their cell phones. Greasy hands, terrible. The app said I should come here. The app. Yes, ma'am. Something not right about you. You a drughead? I'm sorry, is this the right place? It is, Butterhands, it is. Just calm down, love. You made it. Dallas, I'll tell you what's what. Go talk to Dallas. Called him when I heard you trying to break into the place. Hell of a racket you were making. Jiggling on the handle like you couldn't get a hold of it. Now I see why. Dallas will be right up front. I don't got time to be babysitting now. No. Then I got to clean up all this. Stains all over my ball. You even check your shoes before you come in? They're dirty. My shoes are covered in dog shit. Go, bitch. Get out of my shop, little pothead. And one last thing, that gemstone you got hanging from your neck? That thing ain't real. I know. Trashy. Why are you still here? Go find Dallas. Let him deal with you. Crouton? Love you, buddy. said don't touch my ball, love. Touching your ball, lady.
Guessing you're Catherine.
That's right. Rosie debriefed you. Was that a debriefing? I don't know if that's what I'd call it, but sure. She can be kinda... He casts his gaze into the sky and back to Catherine. Never mind. Quack Job should have a ticket with the information we need. No reason to stand around. What's Super Duck? What exactly is Super Duck? It's a way of making money. Right, but it's an intelligence of some kind. I don't know its purpose. Don't know why it exists. None of that. There are nodes all across the region. Points where you can speak with Super Duck directly. These are all things Rosie should have filled you in on. Not surprised she didn't. Tell me about Rosie. What's Rosie got to do with any of this? There are a dozen or so rendezvous points in addition to the nodes. Rosie's shop is one of them. She must be making good money offering her place to the network. Probably the only reason she keeps it going. Doubt she sold merchandise in years. Locks the door to discourage customers. Guess you could call it a front. Have you been on Quack Job long? How long have you been using this app? Been doing this since before there was an app. But Super says, use the app. I'll use the app. Makes no difference to me. I'm ready. Me too. Check the app. Let's get moving. How about it, $1 for some Christmas cheer? Just like on my last dollar. Okay. Okay, so we... Cool. Yeah, we have just enough money now. Biggest node in the network is inside this building. How'd you get involved with Super Duck? This all used to happen on Craigslist. Posts showing up the strangest things. I was busting tables uptown, couldn't swing rent. Had a kid to feed, started responding to the listings. First one I ever did was steal a head drive. Broke into a man's house in Norco, stole it right out of his office. Brought it to another house. The people there were just like me. Just like you, how? Didn't know shit. They were there because of a post, just like I was. The house wasn't theirs. Nobody knew whose house it was. They plugged the head drive into a wall. They gave me some cash. I left. That app is not all it's quacked up to be. What's next? We met at the rendezvous point, so now what? Check your phone. Quack ought to have the information you need. Receive orientation at Eagle Janitorial and Paper Supplies in Fat City. A steady beat of traffic lights, the sky along the causeway. The doors are locked, the office is closed. Guess we're going in. The galvanized steel door to the supply warehouse is half open. My brother talks about Fat City. That's a real thing? I guess it is. Yeah, of course it would be. The fuck was that? Interesting. That was Super Duck, alright? Erica said Blake went to Floodgate Tavern yesterday evening. Let's pass by on the way home and see what information we can gather. Monkey stares at me. I stare at the monkey. So now what? Okay, we're done there still. Nope. Okay. Blake was headed to Floodgate Tavern. He mentioned this to Erica when he dropped by Sarpy Paperbacks to see her yesterday evening. Your brother. Oops. Enough. Troy knows your family. He was buying pills from Blake and occasionally helping your mom with her research. He says she was conducting research in the lake. Million was a security android. She guarded the perimeter of the aluminum refinery in Gramercy. One day she ran away to find her family. What? No. Million. A fugitive. Once a fugitive, now just a relic. She spends hours in stasis beneath the house like any discarded thing would. Million. Yep, the ditch. Her mom was investigating reports of construction in the lake. She found no evidence of it, nor who might be behind it. An old friend of your mom's, your memory of him is scattered and vague. Shield is an oil refinery. Shield Gulf South is a regional subsidiary of a transnational oil empire. It holds a large share of leases in the Gulf of Mexico and refines crude oil right here in Norco. The chemical annex sits on the other side of town from the refinery. It produces the feedstock for plastic consumer products. Shield owns half the town. Okay. Oops. Just checking trash cans. The Floodgate Tavern. Many shield workers gather here after their shifts. That's Private Detective Brett LeBlanc, sitting at the end of the bar. He's an unpredictable character, but we may benefit from speaking to him. Why are you looking at me like that? I still got chili on my face? The LCD pulse of the evening news makes pale shadows across the bar. An image of a man with a long gray beard hangs over the news anchor's shoulder. Another pipeline explosion has left residents of Lower St. Charles Parish shaken. Shield officials have determined that the source of the explosion was due to a botched attempt by oil pirates to divert the flow of oil into a stolen barge. A man familiar to local law enforcement, known only as Lucky, was among the pirates. Shield officials say he is believed to be hiding in the Bature Woods along the east bank between Kenner and Laplace. Residents are asked to call Crime Stoppers with any information. Wasted guy. A man lies face down on the bar, surrounded by empty bottles. Even if folks, can I get you something started? You know Blake Madera? Yeah, I know Blake. He hasn't come around in weeks. Not since he ripped me off. Wish I could say it was the first time. Someone said Blake came by here last night. Nah, I'd be a fool to show up here after what he did. Your jaw? I let him catch some sleep right behind the bar after last call. Wouldn't you know, the boy walked off with a register. I know he'd been getting himself all messed up on drugs. I was trying to give the kid a chance. Gave him some chores around the place. Done with him now, done with him. Don't see how anyone can believe the crap the media's been putting out these days. It's all lies meant to divide working people. See for yourself. That's why you're making your website, Keith? To set the record straight? You know that's alright. I feel like that's the developer. Why are you touching my podna? This where he come to relax. Oh man. My podna. Sit here long enough, you never know who might pass through. Hey Gus, look at this dynamic duo. Sure, I've seen these two around before today. Sure, Gus, that filthy one right there, that's Kate Madera's oldest. Other one's a robot. You pulling my leg? That's Kay? Blue's baby? Come on now. I'm gonna get the turnarounds with Blue. Good man. Great man. Had some stories, him. How come his kids came out like they did? Look how this one's dressed. Looked to me like she headed to the job site. Or the circus. Blue passed before his time is why them kids don't dress right. Blue knew how to dress. You read about that one, Keith. Sad the way the kids turned out. But forget all that. You two are lucky to be stumbling in while I'm sitting here. You're in the company of top-rated professional sleuth and happen to have a bit of information. This ain't got nothing to do with Blake for once. It's more, you know, mysterious. You like mysteries. LeBlanc, please. Time is of the essence. Cool your heels. Cool your heels. I'm getting to it. Now I see why Kate kicked you to the curb. That is not correct. Save your battery life. I'm just playing with you. Tell you what, why don't you get me a drink so we can talk? You need a beer for your boy. I can't read now. My poor brain is fired off. Lord help me. Another sap buying that lowlife a drink. Might need you to buy me a little snack too, seeing as my wallet's all the way out in the car. But this is enough to get us going. It's alright, where do I even start? Your mom ever tell you about me? Maybe? She probably never mentioned me by name. But if you ever heard her mention a wild detective who doesn't play by the rules... Say nothing. Who puts his life on the line for the good citizens of Norco? Well, that was me she was talking about. I'm sure it came up. The problem is, you got a piss poor memory. Us investigators, we got to keep our memories sharp. Thank you, Big Mikey Ocho. So while you don't know me, I know a lot about you. I grew up in this town, you understand? My cousin Susie's ex-husband knew your daddy when he was still at the plant. But Catherine? She was a few grades above me at Sacred Heart. I knew her since I was a boy. Everyone around here knew Catherine. She was always getting herself into trouble, always drawing attention to herself. People would say she was kin to Jesus. Old man lived behind loops. Would say that. Talking about Papa? Yeah, Papa. Been years since I thought about him. Lots you could say about Papa. He'd whisper some bullshit about and get everyone repeating it. Wasn't all bullshit. Saying a coon ass like me, a child of Christ, you know, that bullshit. We all Christ children. Not like that, Gus. You know what I mean, like literally. Wait, what? My grandfather was Pawpaw. My grandfather was Pawpaw, and no, miss. Do we all have the same grandfather? Wait, what? This was years ago. Long before Blue died, Pawpaw told the priest a family of Cajuns came from Jesus. Said Catherine had, how you say it, like Jesus blood, got it from her daddy's daddy, and so on, all the way back to the old world. Like in that movie, one with the volleyball? That ain't the right movie, Gus. It's the one with the priests and stuff. Hell, I don't know. Don't watch movies. Figure some of that's likely to be true. You'd believe any old shit, Keith. No disrespect. Catherine never noticed. She was off on her own planet, wild as she was. Papa never wanted to be seen. He was watching Catherine, but she weren't watching him. Blue wouldn't let no man like that near her anyhow. That's the crazy-eyed guy. You get a point there, Keith. You'd be foolish to get in Catherine's way. Where she went, trouble followed. But I admired her, and she admired me. Who wouldn't? Anyone who knows him. Oh, piss on you. Or sees him. You always been jealous of my looks. Or smells them. Now I know you full of it. I sprayed this whole suit down in cologne just this morning. Don't mind Gus. I've always been the handsome one. He gets jealous. Made me forget what I wanted to tell you. Oh, that's right. Your house is out there near the fence line. Well, that's right behind my place of business. Got a window, looks out on the yard, more or less. But this is a pretty long story. And like I was saying, ain't got my wallet with me. And you want us to buy you another drink? That's a real generous offer, Robot. Thank you for that. Unbelievable. What's it gonna be this time, folks? LeBlanc wants another. Word of warning, he'll bleed you dry. This, the cheap stuff. I ain't complaining or nothing, just making an observation. Tastes like dog piss. It's real important information I'm trying to share here. Valuable, you might say, and you buy me the cheapest beer in the house. A little rude, maybe, but that's okay. That ain't no problem. So listen here, this is what I wanted to tell you. My office window looks out on your mama's yard. I'm always keeping an eye on the street. This was a little ways back, right after Catherine passed. I was looking out there on the street like I do, and I seen this shield security types leaving the house. It was carrying a box. You saw shield security leaving Catherine's house with a box? That's what I'm saying, Robot. They was walking out the front door with a box, casual as can be. And where the hell were you? Ain't you some kind of security robot yourself? What should we be looking for? Hell if I know. Laura St. Clair, the regional CEO they got over there, she always took a bit of an interest in your mama. I hear she's a loose cannon. What makes her a loose cannon? That's just what they say. Talking about Laura? Piece of work, that woman. Surprised she hasn't run the whole operation into the ground. Only reason the board keeps her on deck is because of her father. A lot of people want her gone. Who's her father? Thomas St. Clair founded Claire Bionics. They made robots just like your friend here. Hell, Million might be a St. Clair unit herself. Anyhow, man's rich as can be. Thomas St. Clair is a servant of the devil. There Gus goes with his bullshit. Not bullshit, it's truth. Alright, Gus. Why would she be interested in my mom? Everybody was. He's right, everybody wanted what was in her head. Why didn't you stop the shield agents? Because I was busy. With what? You know, just busy. Who cares with what? When are you ever busy with anything? All the time, I can hardly get a minute to relax. Then what were you doing? I told you I was looking out the window and I saw them shield people. So answer the question, Brett. You see these people breaking into a home, you're always coming around here bragging about stopping the bad guy. If I wasn't so busy, I might have killed him. Sometimes I wonder, half these stories you tell, ask around town, everybody knows I'm a killer. Or just fantasies you make up to convince yourself. I was taking a shit. The detective smooths his tie as a moment of silence settles over the room. A moment of silence for Detective LeBlanc's shit. Pour one out for you. The window's next to the toilet. I'm always watching the street because I have irritable bowel syndrome. I hadn't even started wiping when I see them shield dudes, alright, bro? Would you run down Apple Street with poo all over your ass? The man closes his eyes and shakes his head slowly. I take that as a no. You wouldn't. Nobody would. You gotta have to have a clean ass to fight crime. Everybody knows that. Had I been done wiping, I guarantee you they'd be dead right now. I'm serious. Before you go, I got one more thing. I'm hungry. Would you be a real nice gesture of appreciation if you bought your information something to eat? And circle back afterwards. I might have a little more information to share. I love they have the Saints, the Nolan Saints. Staring at the monkey. You gotta get all the information, okay? Gotta have a clean ass to fight crime. Been a long day, worked my tail off. Now Gus trying to make me walk all the way back to my place of business just to get my wallet. Shameful. Grab me something from the bar, will ya? Tell me more about Pawpaw. What do you want to know? How to become fixated on my mom? A small town like this, your mama attracted attention. He was watching too many movies, cooked up some strange ideas, got his wires crossed, that's my guess. Sounds about right to me. Where's he now? Living in a ditch somewhere. That ain't nice, Gus. He left here a long time ago. He used to do odd jobs, roofing, fabrication, that kind of thing, you know, no telling where he went. Probably looking for work. How well did you know him? Oh, I'd see him walking by every now and then. We'd exchange a few words. They say he threw a brick through the church window once upon a time. That had people buzzing. A lot of people knew who he was, but nobody knew much about him, you know? One of those kind of people. We're looking for my brother. Why'd you ask Gus about that, huh? I don't know. Keep up with Blake no more. Too much trouble. Yeah, okay, he's still talking. What now? Old boy got hungry? Yeah, actually. Sucker born every day. Good for business, I guess. Enjoy your fries, man. Should have mentioned I don't care much for the fries here, but that's okay. I ain't complaining. Just would have liked me a sandwich is all, but you'll forget all that. That's what's important right now is that you understand what I told you. I saw shield dogs leaving your mama's house with a box. What that box contained, no idea, but they was in there looking for something, no telling what. They got them headquarters deep inside the refinery in that old plantation house where the real action happens. If I had to guess where they was heading, that'd be it.
Say, Keith, you getting all this?
Every word.
Keith's making himself a little news website.
What's the name gonna be, Keith?
I got a few ideas in mind. You just like Duck, bro. Duck used to be a news junkie too, digging up dirt and all the big wigs. That was before the cancer knocked him on his ass.
Some people just want to know the truth.
You been by to see Duck, K? The man could use visitors.
I know Duck.
You better go see him. That old boy knows shit no one else does.
Where is he?
What, you mean K must have took you to see Duck 1,000 times? Just think about it for 2 seconds.
Perhaps LeBlanc is right to suggest that we visit him at some point.
Perhaps. So, yes, quite.
Why are you talking like that?
Did they make you in England or something? You sound like a queen.
Thank you.
Weird ass thing. Anyhow, I figure I'll be seeing you two again. Good luck. Excuse me.
I have more questions.
Hurry it up then.
Where can I find Duck? I told you that. Oh, yeah, think about it.
We need help getting in the refinery. Getting in the refinery ain't easy. I know that much from experience. You should find one of them people like they've been talking about on the news to help you out. Oil pirates, barricading Highway 1, diverting pipelines and all this. Them the only kind I ever seen get through security. They were saying on TV one of them pirates might be hiding in the Batur Woods. Oops. All over the TV.
Points to the television.
Yep. We saw this, lucky, yeah.
Cool. This has taken another unusual turn. Erica told us that Blake was heading there yesterday evening, but the bartender says that Blake hasn't come by in weeks. Something may have happened on his way here. LeBlanc says that Shield has stolen a box of your mother's possessions. We have nothing else to go on. We must retrieve the stolen items and hope that they point us toward your brother. Accessing Shield's headquarters won't be easy. Without assistance, perhaps impossible. Oh, I suggest we recruit help before attempting it ourselves. Let's remember. An old friend of your mom's. Memory of him scattered and vague. LeBlanc suggested you visit him, but where did he live? You try to recollect. His health took a turn before you left, a bit of lethargy. Irregular breathing, sores on his legs. Your mom brought him food on days when he was unable to stand. His son. Dead at 14 at an explosion in the yard. Natural gas leaking from the pipe. Something caused a spark. His face. Brief, generous smiles, but otherwise placid, expressionless. I was always happy to see him. The pipeline. Across the property to Shield's chemical annex. There's only one neighborhood along that fence line. What's left of it, anyhow. Small fragments of his home pass through the black ink of your mind. The perennial accumulation of dust. The damp curtains and pile of cans on the kitchen table in those refinery shadows of the little slab bungalow. Duck lives in Dimes. Whoa, we got a lot of stuff here now. Ditchman. Dimes is the neighborhood along the fence line of Shield's chemical annex. Duck lives there. Laura St. Clair is the regional executive interested in my mom, likely due to some aspect of your mom's research. Her role is not secure. The board would like to replace her, but they fear the influence of her father. Thomas St. Clair is Laura St. Clair's father and the affluent founder of Claire Bionics, a machine learning startup. Lillian was, okay. Bloodline. An old man in Norco named Paw Paw had delusions about your mom. He believed her to be a descendant of Jesus Christ by way of her Cajun ancestry. He once threw... Oh, I've got nuts in my throat. Thanks, Lip. Thanks for the quote. I did have nuts in my throat. Let's play an EverQuest. Wow. That's wild. Back in December of last year. Ye old December. Okay, let's take a ride. I've got nuts in my throat. Shield's chemical annex sits a small distance from the house. That's terrifying. The house is partially boarded up. You assume it's an artifact of hurricane preparation that has since become a permanent fixture. Yo.
Not the first one to come through here. Toppling all over my shit in the dark. Since the buyout, people think this neighborhood's all the way empty. Coming around looking for copper. But you wouldn't do that kind of thing, Kay. Not like your brother.
Gotta add more quotes, Lip. I need clips and quotes in my life. How's it been, Duck?
How's it been? How about how it looks? I made such a mess with that head drive. Just trying to keep myself out of trouble till it's my turn to go, so...
Head drive?
I unleashed it. The monster. Super Duck calls itself that just to get to me. Just to piss me off. It's my fault. That company that made it for me. I should have known from the get-go they only do their business at night. Found out later they ain't even got a license.
Act dehydrated. Quick, act dehydrated. Nah, I can't. I'm dehydrated now.
Your mother went to the same clinic for hers. I tried to warn her. The junk that was in my brain.
I was getting hurt really bad by dying.
He begins to laugh. It's spreading around like a virus. It's even in the trees. I told your mother don't get messed up in any of that. She tells me it's talking to her through the radio. I said, turn off the radio. She never listens. Stop responding to me. I figured that monster's got money to burn. Catherine didn't want to leave her debt for you to deal with, so
you kept up with her. I don't know if quick act dehydrated is one of the quotes. I actually don't think so. I'll have to check. I always want to. I never should. I don't even know what that is. That is a quote. I always want to. I never should. What is that in relationship to? That was in January, so this would have been Monster Rancher. I always want to. I never should. Kept up with my mom?
Up until right near the end, Kate. She lived like she wasn't sick. She never quit. But I could see it wearing on her. It took a toll on her body.
It's like the whole arena's filled with petroleum jelly. That was a good one. Ultra Street Fighter 2? Oh. We need to do another tournament soon. Street Fighter Alpha. We need to do another one soon.
Started in her liver. They burned it out. Thought maybe that was the end of it. Before you know it, they found a little in her lungs. She was still going all over town. Walking up and down the airline like some kind of bag lady. Because she thought it'd go away if she ignored it. That didn't work out for her. Once it came from me, it never did quit. I've been getting sores, cramps every day. Can't keep nothing down. Tried to tell her that. Said, Catherine, this is not the kind of thing you can work off. You think she listened? By the time it got to her brain, that was all there was to it. No more working, no more doing nothing. But she got fed up with me by that point. Never really made amends before they put her in that mausoleum with her daddy. Hurts my heart thinking about it. What can you do? No hiding from God's will. So,
I have more questions about my mom. This monster, my mom was working for it?
Hate even thinking about that thing. It knows I'm here dying while it grows and grows. Big, disgusting, toxic birds sprouting from the ground all over the region with teeth and hands and all that kinds of shit. Unbelievable. Turns my stomach. But you know what? I won't be the first to die, hell no. It roped your mother into some lunacy. She wouldn't tell me the details. Couldn't get a single word out of her after a point.
Did you attend her funeral?
I planned to arrange for my godchild to pick me up after everything, but the day of the service I couldn't hardly walk. I heard from a couple of people it was a beautiful one. For all the bridges she burned, there was plenty of people who had nice things to say. Even a few of her colleagues from the university showed up, the ones who got her sacked. I know that a chapter ass. They buried her with that fake little ring she always wore around her neck. She said it reminded her who she was. I figured she probably wanted to give it to you, but you were gone. I'm like, well, you'd have pawned it to anyone fool enough to buy it. So,
I'm almost fired from university?
Sure, you were young. Couldn't have seen too long after Blue passed. She lied up and down to get that job, and it weren't nothing special neither. Just a community college in the city. But that's Catherine. Never wanted to play it straight. I suppose Blake took after her in that respect.
The ring she wore on her neck was fake?
You don't know that story? Kind of funny if it weren't so sad. Your granddaddy wanted to prove he was from royal stock, so he broke into a pawn shop up there on Airline and stole the biggest ruby he could find. Went around telling everyone it was from the old world, said it traveled from France to Nova Scotia and down the Mississippi River. That was a bunch of bullshit. He ended up in Angola for it, though they never did find the ring. Catherine took it to an appraiser one time. It's cubic zirconia fake. The man spent months in jail for a fake piece of jewelry. After that, everyone started calling him King Pierre. They laughed him out of crevasse.
Enough about my mom. You mentioned a buyout.
You must have noticed coming in, the houses are all gone. People here have been fighting to shield all their lives. They got a little momentum on their side after the last explosion. Papers were making S.H.I.E.L.D. look bad. But hell, we were here first. S.H.I.E.L.D. moved in. We suffered. Gas leaks, noise, explosions. Can't grow my vegetables out in the yard. Just won't grow. I never cared to move, but I knocked doors for it anyhow. If S.H.I.E.L.D. had never dropped in on us, my little plot of land would be worth something. Money they were offering to buy us out was alright, but worth a lot more. They never come. Now, what they put in front of me, I said, piss on it. Could have sued after Reese died. I just didn't have the energy for it. Now I'm the last one left in dimes, so I'm sorry about Reese. It's history. Most days I can't remember his face, if I'm honest. When you fill out the survey at the head draft clinic, they ask you to write down memories, control points, they call them. All them years ago, I couldn't stand to write out his name. It was too painful, I skipped his memory. I regretted it at first, but I'm thankful for it now. It'd be a lot worse if that monster carried a piece of my boy inside it.
Shit. 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 I should have deleted him. I should have deleted him. Oh! Trying to get into the refinery.
Not a good idea, Kay. What for?
They stole my mom's stuff.
Well, that's interesting. The regional executive, she took a particular interest in your mother.
Why?
She wanted to know the things Catherine knew, I suppose. Your mother was out in the lake. She heard S.H.I.E.L.D. or somebody was building some kind of rig out there. She wanted to find out for herself. She didn't find out what she was looking for, but she found something.
Million with the silence. The cut to million and the ...
Sounded to me like her medication was messing up her head, but she insisted it was for real. Some kind of UFO said it followed her for nearly a mile. But anyhow, that CEO that got a S.H.I.E.L.D., she's about as far out of her mind as her mother was. She must have caught wind of all this. Catherine got to be careful in her old age, paranoid even. The important thing she kept hidden. Whatever S.H.I.E.L.D. stole, it wasn't nothing important. But you want to get it back.
Can you help us get in?
I'm going to regret telling you this, but I've been sitting on it for so long, been dying to tell somebody. I don't know how S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to do it, but they fucked up. They bought out this neighborhood. Ever since they did, they put me behind the firewall. Got a computer terminal back there. Every time I boot it up, got a view of the inside.
Not like I know what the hell to do with it. Clicked around a bit, but just got myself lost. Can't only read the screen. Computer's back there in the little library. Have a look. And whatever you do, Kate, I'm asking you to be careful. The beat. A trophy sitting atop the bookshelf reads Junior Champion Reese Richards, St. Charles Parish. You been around people on oxygen yet? Absolutely, Lip. You know that cadence between breaths. Indeed, I do. A lot of people in my extended family. Oxygen. And, yeah. It's pretty gnarly. A collection of bills, letters, and photographs are pinned to the board. The photographs are various industrial and infrastructural landscapes that you recognize from around the region. The Geismar aluminum refinery, the grain elevators downriver, the airport control tower. A printout containing the letterhead of a law office in Metairie sits in the tray of the printer. Mr. Richard, after carefully studying the circumstances of the buyout, we recommend that you proceed with relocation. The Shield is not legally obligated to provide you with an easement. You may find yourself trespassing on private property when leaving and returning to your home. You peruse the titles on the bookshelf. U.S. Army Corps Anomalous Light Report. A report of the levitating spheres of light witnessed by multiple onlookers above Camp Memory in the Bonnie Carre spillway throughout the spring and summer of YX1S, commissioned by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. After careful survey of the soil content in the area near Camp Memory, our inquiry has determined anaerobic conditions conducive to the formation of confined pockets of gas that, given exposure to sufficient heat, may ignite. Metairie is where my mom's family is from. It's where one of my brothers lives today. Is it pronounced Metairie? How do you pronounce it? Metairie. Oh. These spontaneous incidents of combustion were likely mistaken for floating luminous spheres. The Pigman. Some claim that the Pigman is a type of grunch who hides beneath the interstate bridges that cross Lake Pontchartrain. Legend has it that if you bring the Pigman a gift, he'll return a gift to you in kind. The head of a buck is mounted to the wall. A strange ornamental box. You attempt to open the box, it's locked. Storage containers filled with paperwork and newspaper clippings. You sift through some of the clippings that fill the containers. Most relate to the catalytic cracking unit explosion of YX10. Descriptions of the aftermath, the destruction, the displacement, the workers who died. Your father's listed among their names. A computer console with a large trackpad and magnified display. Not too much French sound to it. The way my family has always said it, kind of Metairie. And Bonnie Carey is how the spelling name is. Bonnie Carey? Okay. My Bonnie Carey. Metairie. You pass your finger over the trackpad, waking the machine. Shield security terminals displayed on the console. You sit before the Shield terminal display. I'm waiting for that moment for Mike to be like, save! Because there's good and bad endings, apparently. This is a map of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Sentinel drone security fleet. The entrance to the refineries in Zone A. Audio Eric, it is an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for hanging out. Rest well. It is good to see you. I hope you enjoyed. I really do. I was just saving semi-often between the 3 save slots. I do not do this. I do not do this, Mike. Saving is not a natural element to me anymore in life, unless I'm playing like a traditional Sierra adventure game. Or a... Earl, as always, May your quotes be forever inevitable. And Earl, may your food always be palatable. May your food always be palatable. If we gain access to the refinery, then it may be necessary to clear the sentinels from this zone. There are currently 3 drones patrolling Zone A. Perhaps there's a way of relocating them to other zones. Move drones. Select destination from the neighboring boundaries of the security zone. So we're like... Where are we located at? Oops. It seems there's a precaution in place to prevent any zone from being unsecured, but there may be a way around this. No zone can host more than 3 drones. If one zone contains no drones, then a maximum capacity neighbor will reallocate a drone to its unsecured neighbor. When moving the last drone from Zone A, we must be sure that none of its neighbors have maximum. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Oh, so I need 1 to be empty. So E's got 3. Okay. I see. Oops. Oh, it's already at maximum. Oops. Deselect. Alright, so we got 2, 2, 2, so we need to move this one to here. So everything is 2. Oh, given 10 control operations before the system resets. Okay. Drone is sent to an area that is at maximum capacity. The destination area resends one of its own drones to an unsecured neighbor. Yeah. Yeah. I got you. So I can only do this in 10 turns. Alright. Oh no, I can't do that. Sorry. Interesting. Okay. C's touching E, touching F is not. Okay. Oh shoot, that was a bad move. That was a bad move on my part. Let's see if that's gonna cause an issue. Okay, good. Drones have been cleared from the entrance area of the refinery. I suspect this will be helpful. Yep. There we go. Whew, we did it. Okay. Okay, good. I just want to make sure. I didn't have anything else to say. Enjoy the darkness, my friend. We should save. Oh, hi, guys. These are a new generation of St. Clair units. They're running the latest cloud-distributed SCOS. Their armor is composed of more durable and lightweight alloys than my own. Oh, Sakanako, you've missed out, my friend. You've missed out. We may have pet a cat into the stratosphere. We may have met with an ethereal glob of ravenly flesh amongst an orb of shimmering light, all to fulfill an app that makes us go to nodes of information. We may have learned the politics of oil refineries. It's been a delight. Gaining access to the facility will not be a trivial task. Indeed, it may not be possible with only the two of us. Are you prepared? Let's do it. The android nods. Oh, we're fighting? This guy. What is happening here? Oh, Million got hurt. I see. Oh, shit. There's combat happening right now? Oh, I see. Heal. Oh, no, Million needed to heal. Damn it. I failed in this. We're not supposed to fight these people. Oh god, we're going to die. I'm glad I saved. What's the matter with you two? Get the hell off the premises now! As I feared, I'm no match for these newer models. I said now, shitbirds! Maybe best to seek outside help. Let us inquire around town. Okay, we're fine though? We're okay? Let's hope LeBlanc is correct. There's a fugitive hiding along the Batura. Yes, we saw him mentioned in the news. Allegedly an oil pirate. What about him? Let the darkness grow! Hold on. Bam, that should work. A greener world awaits. Are oil pirates common? Increasingly so. The pipeline network in this region is largely unmonitored. Claire Bionics and others are developing new technologies to address this. Where's the Batur? The Batur Woods are along the Mississippi River near a dime's discount. Maybe you can help us out. That's reasonable to assume. How do we get into S.H.I.E.L.D.? We cleared the Sentinel drones from the entrance, but the guards remain. Making it to S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters won't be possible on our own, even with the drones cleared. Perhaps LeBlanc would know where to help. Where to find help. Yep, stole possessions. Let's find some out. A greener world awaits. Okay. Hello. Okay. Yep, the levy. Let's see. Auto map. Oh, hi. A memorial languishes in the river mud. A 2x4 cross plywood plaques, cairns of pulverized concrete sprayed haphazardly into the plywood as a remembrance. Here pass the brave freedom fighters of January XW11, whose cries of liberty echo throughout the generations. In much smaller lettering, a different hand scratched "fake" across the bottom of the plaque. Hi. Are you seeing a dog? Little black pit, green eyes. You see her. Send her this way. She answers the pots. You're the one. Oh. Nope, I'm not gonna, nope, not gonna address that. We're just gonna go get your dog for you, okay? It's at Sappy Books. As you reach down to pet the dog, she shows her teeth and growls softly. Yep. This dog looks kind of hungry. What do dogs eat? Dog food, bruh. Dogs eat dog food. Times discount. We're going. Dog food. Grab a bag of dog food. Generic bag of dog food. Oh, sorry. You scan the dog food. Thank you for your purchase. I was gonna say, hold on. Can I go here and like pick up candy and stuff? No. Okay, no. It's like maybe I need to get that stuff ahead of time just to save myself some time, but nope. Dog food for the doggo. You pour a heap of food under the ground before the dog. She laps up the kibble and follows behind you as you step away. Brad's the dog! Love that dog, Brad. Taking it in the bookstore. Still not over the crouton thing, in case you're wondering. Just wanted to ask some questions. Too bad. If you wanted my help, you should have listened to me when I told you to stop petting the cat. Sorry. Probably gonna try and get an invite to this quack app people have been talking about. Anything's gotta be better than this. Don't do it. Don't get into the quack. Oops, wrong way. Quack is whack. Potts! Brought back my paw liquor. She was having me worry. Potts, no. She tough as they come, but Lucky thought they had her. He reaches down and pets the dog. Behind her ears, she pants eagerly. He regards Million. Say, robot, you look familiar. You a clear bionics unit? No. Alright then. Just thought you might fill Lucky in on a little gossip. What gossip? Laura St. Clair. She one unusual character turning that refinery inside out in some wild goose chase. For what? But I was hoping the robot might tell me. But anyhow, they call me Lucky. Stick around here, you need help, you find me. Help is just what we need. You don't want to be a quackhead. Quack is whack. Once you go quack, you never go back. That's right. We must infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. to retrieve some stolen property. We could use a hand. I don't get past some fences more than what I can count. That's a good time. Even got me a couple grenades in my bag. Lucky they come. You can count on Lucky. Now that there are so many of us, we'll need the truck to get around. Let's return to the house. I hope to finish repairs quickly. Oh, we gotta walk there. Chill music. Lucky waits behind the truck. So this Miss Madeire's house then. Lucky knew your mom a bit. How? She was around. I'd seen her a time or two. She were no friend of the company's neither. They'd elect to have her dead. They got her wish, their wish. The old man nods. They did. These companies want to get off the oil. Too much trouble. What do you mean? They put them wind turbines out in the Gulf, and now they building a brain. A brain? Hell, everybody know they were in. Everybody know they in there building a brain. All the refiners doing that. Going to hook them all up, make a bigger brain. That ain't enough to outsmart Lucky. Lucky's smarter than that brain, big brain you can dream of. They're gonna use it to find fuel out in space. Best of luck to them. Ain't nothing wrong with trying to make a buck. Then why get in their way? Lucky ain't nobody's way. Everybody like Lucky just fine. Didn't you blow up an oil pipeline? He maintains a neutral expression as he watches the tree line. Like he done blown up all kinds of shit. I think Lucky hates S.H.I.E.L.D. Lucky don't hate S.H.I.E.L.D. He just like causing trouble. Without S.H.I.E.L.D. ain't nobody have a job in this place. But Here come that robot. We best get moving. You want to talk more? Just tap me on the shoulder. I want to talk more. Never seen a security robot fix a truck before. That's a strange one you got. I finished repairing the truck. Shall we attempt to access shield? Let's go. Lucky joins the party. Monkey flies from the bed of the truck as million speeds down the highway. No! Ooh. Lucky shouts over the noise of the highway. What you got, Kay? What do you know about shield? Oh, mojito. Monkey, no! My Ghiblies! Mr. Ghiblies, no! Lucky know about all there is to know. What about? How long has the facility been in Norco? Shield came here early. All this area was plantations. Weren't no money in that after slavery. Got all that oil right there in the Gulf. Oil companies come in, get the land cheap, river connects straight to it. Whole operation down here used to be run from their central headquarters. Then they split it up to get around some laws. Now you got this regional corporation with Laura St. Clair at the top. But they regret that idea. Tell me about Laura St. Clair. Laura St. Clair is the regional executive of S.H.I.E.L.D. Norco. Board of directors appointed her because of Thomas, her daddy. They was thinking they got her. They get her daddy. Look how that worked out. She done lost her mind, and Thomas, he don't want nothing to do with her. What do you mean? Yes. I figured this out. I did recognize it when I did this, Mike. I totally was like, yep, there's that little green dot. That's something to do. Well, hell, it's all in the newspaper. She's been sending survey teams out into the lake. Why she send them out there? Don't make no sense. That area of the lake, they ain't got no oil. No salt domes. Whatever she's looking for, it ain't much to do with oil. Tell me about Thomas. Thomas started the company that gets all the security contracts around here. Got his degree from LSU. Moved out to California to make robots. Man's a billionaire. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s board of directors appointed his daughter, thinking they could get some of his expertise at a discount. They ain't known the drama back then, but they sure know it now. Thomas legally disowned his daughter. She tried stealing Claire Bionics out from under her. Some people say she even tried to kill her. Said they're building a brain? S.H.I.E.L.D. trying to find a way to get off the oil. Too much politics here. What they want is to find minerals where they ain't no people. And where's that? Out in them stars, but you can't go flying around up there without a big brain. That's why they was hoping to get at Laura St. Clair's daddy, but too bad for them. You were from around here? Lucky came from Vacherie. Right up the river, but he done traveled the land, walked to Knoxville, sailed to Mexico. Lucky done seen a good piece of the world. How long have you had Potts? Potts been by Lucky's side 2 years. Found her pregnant beneath a car one day. Couldn't stand to see her like she was. Met a man with some land, wanted the babies. Thought we'd part ways eventually, but shoot. Guess I got used to her being around. She returned all I did for her many times. Million raises her voice through the rear window of the cab. I'm relieved I was able to get the truck running. 2 pistons needed to be replaced. Yeah. Positives. Your mom is conducting research. For who? For a client in Fat City. In the lake. Your mom was investigating reports of an unpermitted shield construction in the lake. Well, there she saw something, but what? Your brother never ended up at a Floodgate Tavern. Erica said Blake was headed for Floodgate Tavern last night. Gus, the bartender, said Blake never showed up. I may go into these from a recap, right? Like, we might get to those eventually. Like, I want to do that maybe as a recap for the stream when I come in next. I was like, oh, they're gone. Nope. No sentinel drones around. Once we clear these 2, we're in. Ready? Let's do it. Oh, baby. Bunk, bunk, bunk. There we go. Nothing much to it. When them sentinels not around, they let you more or less walk into the place. And would you take a look at that, big fella? The freight mover. Hell of a machine. Could really put on a show with one of them. Like, just thinking out loud. Let's get to it, huh? Refinery's ours. Interesting. Oh, Catherine's side. Giant flesh bird. Catherine, you made it to this warehouse with Big Bird. I sure did. We have a job for you. It'll pay. It will solve some problems before you die. Dallas. Sup? No stranger to the network. You will assist Catherine. Yes. Catherine, in the lake, you saw the stone. We saw you see the stone. We want the stone, but it has evaded us. What Super Duck is? What else? A network. A system of signals, wireless communication of locusts and frogs. Cypress roots, disease vectors, internet of flesh, biomimicry, internet of internet, radio towers, distributed AI, distributed birds, and flight. Superduck saw you see the stone because Superduck was an eagle in the sky. The stone is a sky thing that many want, but it reveals itself to no one. No one except for you, Catherine. It followed you through the lake. It loves you. It seeks you. It will submit to you. But we must act fast. Shield wants the stone. Claire Bionics wants the stone. Superduck wants the stone. And John has the stone. John. Everyone hates John. Everyone follows John. Influencer. Dopamine fiend. Convinced himself he has faith in God. Convinced others even. Some young and idealistic, some old and bitter. These are the Garrets of John. You will find them gathered in the bowels of the Promenade Mall in Kenner. Lip, you have the stone. John has hidden the stone in this forgotten place. He will use the stone in an attempt to fulfill his prophecies, but his are the prophecies of a fool. Lip, give him the stone. Give the flesh bird brain a stone. Got it? Go get me my shiny stone. Hurry, before you die. I want to eat it. Have a good evening, you two. Go on, get me my shiny stone. What are you waiting for? Beep, beep, beep. Got some quack. Retrieve stone from Promenade Mall in Kenner and return it to Eagle Wholesale Fat City. Well, Sakanakawa, do you enjoy our prophet? Look at him. So beautiful, the super duck. Praise him. Praise the super duck. Can you please explain to me what... So wait. Sorry, go. You go. What was that? What was what? There's a bird with teeth the size of my head living inside the warehouse? Yeah. That's normal to you? No, but I mean, I've seen some stuff in my life. Me too, but what's a stone? He said it loves you. What was that all about? I don't know. I saw a drone or something in the lake. Why does he keep calling it a stone? All hail the super duck. Stone. Drone? I have no idea. I was a little distracted. Well, I need you to start paying attention, or neither one of us is going to get paid tonight. I got the gist. Some internet weirdos are living in the mall, and they've got the stone. That's right, Kenner John and his gang. They're keeping the stone at the old Promenade Mall in Kenner. We need to find a way inside. Get the stone, bring it back here. You got that? Go to the abandoned mall, steal the magical stone, bring it to the giant warehouse bird. Couldn't be more clear. Biggest node in the network is inside this building. I'm a little lost. What's up? I don't know what the hell's going on. Super Duck is what? Yeah. What is it? Something like a virus. It infects things. Animals, trees, phones, whatever else. So what was that thing in the warehouse? It's a node in the network. There's a handful around the region. You use the app long enough, you get to know them. And the app is for doing whatever the virus wants you to do? I don't know. Just how I keep the lights on. Who's John? The thing in the warehouse mentioned a John. Kenner John. You don't know Kenner John? Never heard of him. Happy for you. He makes videos that get shared all over the internet. I watched a couple. Religious stuff. You religious? I turned away for a while, but the cancer brought me back. No doubt. John's a divisive figure among the faithful, not the most orthodox preacher. Where do we find the stone? The thing Super is looking for? Promenade Mall in Kenner. That's what Super said anyhow. Thanks. If Promenade Mall is based on the Esplanade Mall, I've been there. I think the mall's pretty dead now. Well, they think so too. Let's see. Yep. Drainage canal forms a moat around the parking lot, dividing it from its commercial neighbors. I used to come here all the time as a kid. Same. I knew it fell in hard times, didn't know just how hard. A single car sits in the parking lot. A subdivision at the mall's rear is beyond the lot. That's Keith. Who? Keith Broussard, guy we went to high school with. Where'd you go to high school? Destrehan. Destrehan's right down the street. Not so odd you'd see him here. I'm in an abandoned parking lot in the rain in the middle of the night. Guess I've been on this app too long. Seems fine to me. It is the Esplanade. I'm like, Esplanade! There we go. The picture confirms it. Guess I've been on this app too long. Seems fine to me. Keith? Kate. Alright, sister. Thought that was you. What's up? What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm working. Me too. Working a case. Starting me a little news website. What's the website? Esplanade. Esplanade. It's the Esplanade. What's the website? Ain't got a name yet. Still trying to come up with something cool. Keith's News Alert or something like that. I'm just trying to report on what's really happening around here. What are you investigating? Tell me about this case you're working, Keith. Trying to get to the bottom of what's going on in this mall right here. I heard they got small boys coming in and out. Textbook adrenochrome harvesting facility. Guy who runs the operation looks about as much like a pervert as you can picture. Kenner John? You got it. Man, looks like a slug. What do you know about Kenner John? I know we gotta start posting in the comments section of New Orleans News and Views. He'd go in there saying he learned how to speak to God. Got himself some attention that way. Before you know it, this gaggle of boys started following him around. Sick stuff. Guy's a sicko. That's enough. I should keep moving, but maybe I'll come back later to see how the case is going. I'd like that, sister. Come pass by. Why I don't see you around so often these days? Staying busy. You mind me asking you something? Just a thing I find myself wondering about. Sure. Don't mean for this to be rude, but how come you treated Blue the way you did? One of the best men I ever knew. Why would you ask that? You kept his name. Figured it couldn't have been all bad. Just something I wondered. Well, you wonder about something else. Hey, forget I asked. Too busy to be thinking about that right now. Then go be busy, Kate. I didn't mean to rattle you like that. half-eaten bag of potato chips sits underneath the car. I need it. Interesting. A four-door mid-size SUV, an older model, well-maintained. Light pours from the partially open garage door. A small plastic case device lies in the grass. What is that thing? Had to guess I'd say it was a tracker. Don't know what use it is laying in the mud. Let's get out of here first. We need to address like what the goal is. How do we get it, right? Some kind of recruitment video plays on the monitor above the entrance. Imagery flashes across the screen punctuated by text. 3 geometric shapes, find all 3. A name tag that reads Garrett, pinned to a crayon blue shirt, earn the badge. A tower circled by scaffolding, find salvation in the stars. I will be going back to the garage for sure. And Mike, have a wonderful night. A scale model is encased in glass. The plaque at its base reads ARC. What do you think that is? Hard to say. Almost looks like an oil rig. Or a spaceship. 2 teens speak in whispers behind the gate. Each has a similar bowl cut. Lacks shoes. And wears a blue-colored shirt with a name tag that reads Garrett. Thank you, Mike, for recommending this, by the way. I'm definitely excited to continue this game, too. The older of the two eyes Catherine indifferently. Yeah. Is the mall open? Been a long time since I've come by this mall. Is it still open? 2 boys snicker. Not for you. Where are your parents? I don't know, watching Jeopardy or some shit. You got some candy for us or something? Give me a ride to basketball practice. Glad we got this gate to protect us. Something in the case. That thing is our ticket to Mars. Knew it. How many people can fit in there? That's just the toy version, stupid. The real one's like 500 feet tall. 114 feet and 6 inches. That was close. Yes, Garrett. I'm trying to get inside. Either of you gentlemen care to help us into this place? No one's going to help you. You have to help yourself. Is this how you live your life, walking around parking lots in the rain asking for help? More or less. It's time you take responsibility for yourself. Lift. Become strong. Get a new fit. Look like you're wearing a bag. No more soft drinks. I hate soft drinks. Then don't drink them. You need to be initiated before we can even consider letting you in. Initiated how? Humorous. How many readings have you collected? 3. Bullshit. Then tell me how many days the Arctic to complete. 20. Took, I don't know, 20 days? So you have no idea what's going on around here. Guilty. You need to pull yourself together. I can help you, but first you need to help yourself. How? Sad. Sad. Really sad. So listen, John's got an app, okay? You need to install it. If you have any hope of making your way in here. Even once you're inside, you'll need the readings to visit the cathedral. Cathedral? The place where the divine object resides. Don't talk about that with the sieves, moron. What's the app called? What app? The one you just mentioned 2 seconds ago to get into the mall. Oh, John's Kenner book. Or no, it's Kenner John's Apocryphon. That's it, Kenner John's Apocryphon. Install that shit. Catherine pulls out her phone. Done. Congrats, you're on your way to being less of a fuck-up. What's with the name tags? You work here, or...? No. Both tags say Garrett. Do you both have the same name? No. Yes. Look, this is like some spiritual shit. We can't just tell you about it. We did it to taunt Gooch. Dude, come on. She didn't even do the app thing yet. It's some spiritual shit. Just do the app thing, and then when you'll know the truth or whatever. How do we use the app? So what do I do with the app? It's an augmented reality viewer. Gotta find John's sculptures around town. Sculptures? Virtual sculptures. You can only see them on your phone. There's 3. Find the sculpture, scan it with your phone, learn some shit. The first is in Bruce's yard. Don't make it easier for her. And Bruce is a Garrett now. Show some respect. Each one will give you a clue about the next. You're just giving the whole thing away. She'll not collect them all, Garrett. No need to worry. Yeah, true. That last one's a nightmare. Listen, if you need help, go talk to Friend. Who? Just open the Apocryphon app while standing in the parking lot in front of the mall. You'll see Friend. Where did you say we can see Friend? Friend's in the parking lot. Open the app. You'll find Friend. Oh, creepy. I'm creeped out. Mattress boss. The downpour finds its way into the drainage canal, its water level slowly rising. A fence adjoins the backside of two strip malls. The crevice between them reveals a smear of light towards Williams Boulevard. Beyond the fence is drive-through chicken, car audio mattresses direct to you, water towers and power lines, and crumbling concrete and traffic signs. Abortive landscaping attempts, unkempt shrubs, solar-fed Christmas lights weathered and forgotten. Interesting. Let's go back to the garage. Keith made me a little upset earlier. Still cooling off maybe later. Catherine crouches and peers beneath the garage door. Sports commentary blares from a television in the far corner. She studies the space beyond the threshold. A compressor, ice chests, tackle boxes, stacks of cardboard, buckets of bolts, and welding scrap. Kitchen supplies, a butane stove, laundry baskets filled with cans of cat food, an old candle burned to its base and tipped onto the floor. Stacks of disintegrating newspaper, a microphone stand, a collection of shadeless lamps lined against the wall as if awaiting a firing squad. Situated amidst the clutter, a man in a red folding chair watches the television, his back turned away. What are you doing? Just... Catherine steps into the garage. Wait here. Catherine regains her posture. Beyond the door, the man doesn't notice her. Can't say. Remain silent. Sports commentators analyze a touchdown. The man watches with rapt attention, his head craned. Commercial break. A helicopter view of the Houston Astrodome. An advertisement for detergent. A silly dog spills the plate of fries and ketchup. Everyone is smiling by the end, petting the dog. The mother is old. She sits in the domestic light of her daughter's home. They hold hands. The guitar plays a hopeful song. The daughter helps the mother with a wardrobe. It cannot stop the progression of the disease. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. The severity of the side effects may increase with dose. Weight gain, loss of appetite. Daughter helps mother with her shoes. Daughter looks up into the camera. Thank you, the mother says. Her eyes a theater of affection. The daughter smiles, still holding her mother's feet. You're welcome, Mom. The daughter helps the mother from the chair and out the door into the golden, brilliant daylight. The branding fades in and the commercial ends. I can't save. I can't save right now. Man rubs his nose, then picks it, then rolls his head. He turns his head over his shoulder towards the garage door, looks at Catherine, turns back towards the television. He turns again quickly and jumps in his chair. What in the... Catherine lifts both hands, palms out. Sorry to startle you. The hell are you in my garage for? This is about Bruce, isn't it? Yes. Ever since he got himself mixed up with that internet freak, people like you been coming by asking about him. But I keep saying the same thing. I don't talk to him. Can't even get him on the phone no more. We work together at the plant in Norco, but he goes out of his way to avoid me. Of course he landed a computer job while I'm busting my ass with a torch all day. Won't even look his daddy in the eyes. My kid, she left. Never came back. It's hard. Hard, alright. Can't focus on nothing around here. Always waiting for him to call. Even started digging through all these boxes looking for the little stuffed monkey he'd carry around as a kid. Sounds just like my daughter. Figured I could give it to him as some kind of peace offering. What would you tell him if he ever came back? Hell, I don't know. Get some sense? Guess I'd say... Bruce, you're my boy. And this here's your home. Wouldn't turn you away for nothing. That cult shit, that Garrett shit, let it go. Just come back home. That's what I'd say. If you see him, if you see Bruce, will you tell him that? Hell, you can even record it and hang on to it until you see him. He blocked my number. I can't get a word to him. I don't have anything to record with. Then come back when you do. I'll repeat it. Ain't got no shame left. Now go on. Get out of my garage. Interesting. Okay, so we need to go here first. Bruce's garage, right? Ready to retire. I'm not gonna talk about rent. Just use the app. First reading from the Apocryphon of Kenner John. Early years you spend inside, TV on, Dad blaring the games. Says he keeps Christ in his heart, but it's a lie. Kenner is the only place on earth. Nowhere to go. No one to hang out with. Your flesh is alien. The house is a prison. Only escape is through fiber lines. Someone in the forums post a flyer for a show. Somewhere to meet people. Something to do. Whatever. You borrow your dad's car and go. Step into Saint Somewheres, and you immediately know these aren't your people, Garrett. You make a few jokes, someone calls you a Nazi, you throw the first punch, things spiral out of control. You're outside bleeding, pushing someone's face into a trash can full of Go cups and beer bottles. The scum are screaming at you to stop, but you don't. Someone knocks you over the head with a floor jack. You fall to the ground. They think you're dead. You're unconscious for 10 days. You wake up with a slouched mouth on your left side, determined to ruin everyone's life. You watch the forums closer now. You call the cops on the next show, and the next show, and the next show. You get the place shut down for a while. You didn't let up. Good job. Fuck the scum. Huh. Move the phone left and right. Okay. Once the sculpture is discovered, click the target display. Yep. Readings can be reread by clicking on the sculpture. Great. Let's go see a show. Saint Somewhere. Got $18.05. Thanks to the duck. Saint Somewhere. Once a modest neighborhood bar, has moved through a succession of subculture clientele over the past decade. First came the squatters, who took up residence in nearby homes damaged by hurricanes or simple neglect. The squatters attracted the punks. The punks brought the hipsters, and so on. Now exists in a subculture estuary, only one change of ownership away from becoming an upscale wine bar. The Dumpy Dog guy. Ugh, my stomach still doesn't feel right. That hot dog finally catching up to you? Oh, this past couple... I gotta stand and stretch. Oh, my ass. Oh. This past couple of hours has been the worst experience of my life. Why'd you let me eat that thing? They seemed fresh to me. They were a little gray, but otherwise they seemed fine. Yeah, that's what I thought too. After you left, my stomach started screaming. You know how hard it is to find a bathroom in the French Quarter? But you found one. That's good. No, I didn't find one. What'd you do? You don't want to know. Yes, I do. Oh, but I do. You give me bad vibes, you know that? You want to know how I dealt with the insane explosive diarrhea that I got because of you? Is this some kind of power trip or something? Do you go around coaxing into men and eating old gray hot dogs most nights? Or is this a special occasion? Special occasion. And then you follow them around and see where and how they took a shit? This is what you do with your weeknights? Yes. I'm here, aren't I? Alright, fine, I'll tell you. But just remember that you asked. So after you left the French Quarter, I'm standing there with flannelless, enjoying my second hot dog. I can tell something's wrong in my stomach. I run up the street to use the bathroom at some tourist trap, but the bouncer throws me out, right when it's my turn in line. By that point, I'm desperate. I unlock my bike and start riding home as fast as I can. I nearly run over a couple pedestrians. I'm on Elysian Fields in St. Claude. Major intersection. Tons of traffic backed up for about a quarter of a mile because there's an accident. I know that I'm going to shit myself. It's coming. I'm in a state of complete panic. If I shit right there, dozens of people will see it. I need privacy fast. There's a stretch limo, Hummer, pulled on the side of the road with people hanging out on the sidewalk next to it. Looks like high school students, like maybe they're getting ready to go to a dance or something. They're all congregated on one side of the limo, like on the sidewalk. I'm on the street, on the opposite side. So I drop my bike right there in the street, sneak into the limo as quietly as I can. No one's in there. They're all outside. I don't think twice. Just pull my pants down and let loose. It's, there's a lot of it. It's taking a while. Should I keep going? You still enjoying yourself here? Yes. Do you go around coaxing out and eating all my hot dogs? This is a good one, too. Please continue. You're disgusting. So anyways, while I'm in there, the kid shut the door, the driver climbs in. The kid shut the door, the driver climbs in, and all the lights at the rear of the limo go out. I guess the driver was just dropping the kids off downtown, I don't know. But at this point, it's just me and him. There's a tinted window that divides the cab from the rear of the limo. It would be pretty hard for the driver to see me with the lights out. Gets on the phone, calls his wife or girlfriend or whatever as he drives away. He thinks the limo's empty. He's got it on speakerphone, and I can hear the whole conversation in the speaker right next to my head. First thing he says is how bad those kids stink. Said he'll never drive young kids like that again. Said they smell like baby diapers. Then he starts having phone sex. I'm not joking. They immediately launch into it, saying what they want to do to each other. All this stuff. Not like that's the biggest deal in the world, but for reasons I won't get into, I just really didn't want to be in there anymore. I tried to open the door thinking, fuck it, I'll just jump out, but the door is locked. I check the others, they're all locked. I crawl up to the window and start tapping on it. Sir, you forgot me. He hangs up the phone, cracks the little tinted window. Who in the hell are you, he asks. I'm one of the kids. You forgot to drop me off. He starts shouting, what is that smell? What is that smell? My heart is beating out of my throat. I can't breathe. He rolls up the window, calls the police. Again, I can hear the entire conversation. Operator asks him what the problem is. Says a man broke into his limo and took a shit in it. Just like that. A man broke into my limo and took a shit in it. They ask him his location. He pulls off on the side of the road and waits for the cops. I'm banging on the window, begging him to let me out, saying I'll pay for him to get it cleaned up. He pretends I'm not even there. Still care to listen? Yes? Of course. Alright. So here's what gets me. The New Orleans Police Department has never showed up to anything on time. It takes some hours to show up to a murder scene, right? Well, the squad car pulls up behind the limo within 3 minutes. At this point, I can't even explain to you. I'm having a heart attack. I'm dying. I crouch down behind the door and wait. There's shit everywhere. It's on my shoes, my hands, my shirt. I have no alibi here. The man gets out, opens the door for the police. I spring out of there and just start running. I don't look back. I can hear the cops shouting. I turn into the neighborhood. There's a construction dumpster about a block away. I run like lightning towards that thing. Dive in. There's barbed wire. Nails. All kinds of stuff. I'm getting scratched up. I don't care. Adrenaline is coursing through my veins. I burrow down into the heap of trash like a mole and hide. I can hear the police siren. Squad car stops at the dumpster. They get out, look around. They shine the light right on me. I stay perfectly still, holding my breath. They leave. I wait a couple minutes. I climb out. I walk here. Take another shit. So sorry. Yeah, well, hot dogs. Yeah, well, hot dogs. One of the best stories I've ever heard in a video game. Lip Exile in Mudville says, oh my god, I never let him tell this story on my playthrough. Why not Exile in Mudville? It's the best story I've ever heard. And welcome to the stream, by the way. It's an absolute pleasure to have you. So you have played this, then. Did you play it multiple times or just once? And also, just no spoilers. Just as a heads up, no spoilers. Going through this kind of blind. Never had any information on this. This story, Lip, no human being in their right mind can conjure up that story. That is a real story. That is a true story. That happened. You cannot convince me otherwise. You can't just make that one up. Someone ate some bad hot dogs, got hid behind a limo with a bunch of kids leaving for a party, got in, took a dump. Just once, I'll just say, it's probably my game of the year so far with Citizen Sleeper. My good friend, Mike, he recommended me this. We're actually going to play them back to back. No joke. So I will probably be continuing this and finishing this up on Saturday and starting Citizen Sleeper and finishing that up on Sunday night. That's the plan. Back to back. So, yeah. They're in the same boat. He's in the same boat as you. Both of them are neck and neck for his game of the year. Lip says, that was truly the most French Quarter at night of all stories. It's a real story. I believe it. I hope so too. I'm enjoying this one thoroughly. I mean, it's been a fantastic roller coaster of emotions. A small group gossips conspiratorially. The music spilling from inside drowns out all but the vaguest details. A love triangle. Too much whiskey. Someone kicked in the wall in a fit of rage. The man working the door tunes out the cacophony while scrolling through cooking recipes on his phone. No cover tonight, just checking IDs. What's happening tonight? It makes me wonder what else is in the bourbon juice. Great question, Anomus. What's going on inside? It's bounce night. Bounce night? Yeah. Crowd seems... Catherine glances around and then to Dallas. Different than I'd expect. What you looking at me for? Just, don't you agree? What, bunch of white kids shaking their ass to bounce? So I'm supposed to give a shit? I didn't mean anything by it. All I listen to is Christmas music. Christmas music? That's it. That's the only thing I listen to. It's the liquid on Bourbon Street. Never step in it. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Seriously? Oh, don't even start over there having bounce night for a bunch of white kids. So now it's a problem all of a sudden because all you listen to is Christmas music? Yeah, now it's a problem. That's right. Where are you from, Stinky? Minneapolis. Enough said. Christmas music. Just kind of creepy. That's all you listen to. Creepy? I'm going to listen to you about what's creepy. Whoa, 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 boys. Christmas music is cozy. Helps me relax. That's cool, man. That's fine. God damn. Looking for a sculpture. One of Ken or John's sculptures. That ring a bell? You talking about the douche whose little gang keeps calling the cops on me? Presumably, yes. You don't look like one of those small Nazis. What's this about? I'm the mother of a Garrett. My son recently got into this stuff. I'm concerned. My condolences. I'm a father myself. Would hate to see my kid get wrapped up in this kind of thing. Anyhow, here's what I know. They got some game they play on their phone. They stick these devices around town like Easter eggs. They find the devices, scan them with their phones. Something like that. Not sure of the details. They hid one right outside the bar, so we had the little mall Nazis coming by every night to find it. But then last night, Ditch Man came and grabbed it. Ditch Man? Who's Ditch Man? He lives over by the mall. He's usually hanging around the ditches, feeding the ducks. I don't know the guy, but Belle vouches for him, so he must be alright. Sounds like we're heading back to the mall. Why does John's gang call the cops on you? I don't know. They try to get every show I book shut down. Maybe because they have nothing better to do? If this Ditch Man lives all the way out in Kenner, what's he coming around here for? He buys stuff off Belle. What kind of stuff? The man glances down at Catherine's shoes. Why do you care? Just looking for a way into the mall. I'll say this, Ditch Man gets stuff from here. Takes it to the mall. I think he's selling it to those little Nazis. They get mad they get called Nazis. Mwah. All my money, it's going goodbye. The downpour finds its way into the drainage canal. Yep, there's the device. Small plastic device. Yep. That's what we're looking for. Second reading from the Apocryphon of Kenner John. Leave the hospital and discover faith. That immaterial essence. Pray, Garrett. Pray in the closet during the football games. Post prayers to the show forums just to fuck with the scum. That's how the Garretts find you. One's named Garrett, so they're all named Garrett. Some kind of joke doesn't matter. You're Garrett too. 26 Garretts in all. Garrett worked in the basement below the council chambers. Said they had a closet full of old computers. Garrett plugged one in, used it as a server. That's how Garrett hosted sermons in the sky. He projected videos of a guy he found online. Said he grew up in Kenner just like Garrett. Garrett began watching him too and told the other Garretts to subscribe. Soon all the Garretts were watching Kenner John. John summoned his flock to the ziggurat of Promenade Mall and taught them all about Christ's hidden nature and other secrets of faith. He spoke of those things. Oh god, that scared the crap out of me. Hi. Conquered the New Orleans sky. Oh. What do you think about Johnny? Don't. You just hate him? Real fuck, isn't he? Can I help you? Catherine, dear. It is I who will be helping you on this night. I knew you'd come to see me waiting in the ditches. Waiting. No trouble there, child. Happy to do it. You need access to the mall. Here I am. Delighted to assist. The man eyes the ring hanging from Catherine's neck. Way creepier than it had any right to be. No joke. I'm reading that, and I see that happen like in the corner of my eye because it's on the far left. It's on the far right. A screen this size, it's the corner of my eye. The microphone kind of obscures a little bit of that side of the screen, and so that was legitimately slightly terrified. Like I was like a little jar. And you even wear the stone of the Magdalene just as she herself wore it. You're the image of her beauty. Why are you here? We were neighbors once upon a time, don't you remember? I've only come to help as neighbors do. Catherine shakes her head. What is this? It's my responsibility to guide you, to watch over the children. I've been to see Kay. She's all well. Excuse me? Can you tell me what this is all about? It's about a boat. A boat that can get you into the mall. The Garretts, they favor me over John, a little shrimp. That little sad boy. But you're guided into the mall, the sanctum of the Garretts. Catherine turns to Dallas. This man, I think he's been following me. To help you. To help. I've always watched over you. But Blue, a good man, they say, an asshole. He wouldn't let your pawpaw near you. Well, here I am. Came to tell you, you needn't worry about Kay. Keep her name out of your mouth. Because she'll be home. Perhaps too late for you. Dying, they say, from becoming to being, the philosophers. From becoming to being, the philosophers say. Where did you see my daughter? Walking through California like it were Galilee. Her robes frayed, splendid, divine, a child of Christ. No, not getting into the ditch with this guy. Fuck no. There's no one else in this place to help you. Do you see anyone else? Anyone who'll help? I don't want your help. Don't want to be anywhere near you. Stay away from me and my family. Are we clear? All the time in the world, Catherine. But you, dear, you do not. I'm not here to frighten you, to harm you, quite the opposite. Without my help, there'll be no getting into this mall. Patience is a virtue of your pawpaw. I'm your only way in. Dallas leads Catherine from the canal. Let's go find this last sculpture. We need his help. We don't need his help. I know him. The old man smiles, gives an enthusiastic wave as Dallas glances back towards the ditch. Sounds like a stalker. I just don't know. Seems like this parking lot's full of strange men who know your name. Am I missing something here? What, you think I invited him? I don't know, maybe? I'm just as confused as you are. What a character. Candace's full of them. How do you feel about Papa? Probably about how you'd expect, like he's batshit. Where he's pulling all that nonsense from? I don't know. I seem to attract these people. Thought you might be the type. This is conjecture, but my father loved him. My father loved him. He wasn't the most honest man to come out of Crevasse, Louisiana. He used to spin up all kinds of tall tales about our family's history. Had more than a few lost souls believe in him. Figure this guy's part of Old Man Pete's living legacy. Alright. So all that stuff about the necklace? Not even getting into it. Hey, I get it. I need to save. I need to save. Yeah? Nope. Let's use the app. I am friend. What are you? I am friend. Garrett said to speak to you. I don't understand the readings. The last reading has me stumped. Discovering the third reading of John is the most challenging. I could not help Gooch. And the second reading of John. Hoot hoot! John spoke of these things on the server beneath the council chambers as he did above the concrete in the New Orleans sky. Basement. Sky. Council chambers. He's talking about City Hall. That's downtown. Basement beneath City Hall? Sky above City Hall? Yes. Goodbye. Crazy ass. This is a wild game, Sakana Cow. I don't know if you've been watching this, but it's wild. It's downtown. Woman with an exhausted expression sits on a bucket with a forgotten cigarette burning in her fingers. I've seen that look before. Are one of these nerds that come around here to play with puppets? Not my scene. Good, we're back here trying to live a quiet life. These people with their haircuts, they come around here playing with puppets, making a big production, and the cops show up and give us a hard time. I got chased away from my last spot. I'm not trying to deal with that again. What was your last spot? The mall in Kenner is one of the first after they condemned the building. Man lived in the closet. He was strange, but he kept to himself. No one bothered me in that place until the boys showed up. They chased us out, threatened to report us. That little bastards, that guy John, their leader, he should die. I hope the closet man lives up to his word and kills him. I just want some peace and quiet. Sick of the haircuts and their puppet shows. Sick of the little internet boys. Oh, so they'd put on the puppet show. Reminds me a bit of Rise of the Dragon. That's an interesting... That's an... It's a Kanakao? It's a Kanakao? What a comparison. You're not far off. You're not far off at all. Holy crap, I didn't even really think about it. Rise of the Dragon is a fucked up adventure game. It's not necessarily good, but you say that and I immediately am like, you're right. The vibes. I get those vibes, the Rise of the Dragon vibes. Oh, 100%. Oh, I played that on the Sega CD in my youth. Brothers rented it from Hollywood Video at the time. Like, the interface and stuff reminds me of it a lot. Yes, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. The interface, the little portraits, there's a vibe. Oh, that excites me. That excites me to make that connection. Ooh. Anoma says, that's Nola City Hall, all right. Yep. All right. A figure sits at a desk overlooking Duncan Plaza on the deepening winter night. He watches the fingers of a cool front animate the tops of oak trees in the park. The air this evening is the driest it's been since spring. He watches the last remnants of commuter traffic leaving Canal Street. The pulsing taillights, the shift workers running towards the bus. He watches an airplane climbing from Armstrong International as passengers look down at the warm glow of the city. The oak trees, the traffic, the frail woman staring from the street. Warm glow and darkness, wind from the lake. An armed security guard greets Catherine as she enters the building. He sits on a wooden stool next to a walk-through metal detector. Welcome to New Orleans City Hall. No council sessions this evening, building's closed. The Garrett sent us. The guard looks Dallas up and down. No. We're here because of Ken or John. I've let a lot of people pass through in the evenings wanting to take a picture from the roof or whatever the hell. None of them look like you two. Following my gut here. Does the city know about this? So the city just lets these Garretts come in and out after hours? I do what I'm told. You're looking for a reason? Go somewhere else. We're training to become Garretts. Why? Garretts are cool. To earn Ken or John's favor. We want Ken or John to notice us. You ever watch any of that man's videos? The guy's lost a few marbles along the way. That makes sense to me. Guard shakes his head. This whole city lost its mind. Listen, there's some funny stuff that happens in this building at night. If you're thinking you can just walk up to the roof, it's not like that. And be careful getting around. One of the generators went dead. The elevator's out. So are the stairwell lights. Catherine enters the building. Oh, this is another game. Ahead is an elevator corridor with a stairwell. A long unmarked hallway extends to the left. Exit is at her back. Elevators are down, so down the hallway. Catherine wanders the hallway until it terminates at the council chambers. The door is shut. The lobby is behind her. The door to the council chamber is locked. Enters the elevator floor. The floor displayed above the elevator reads, ... stairwells ahead. Catherine enters the pitch black stairwell. I want to go down to the basement, to be honest. She descends to the stairwell. Fading fluorescent bulb strobes in the hallway to her left. The stairwell is at her back. Catherine turns the corner and immediately meets the stare of a man squatted on the ground in the stuttering light of the hallway. I wouldn't stick around too long. Why? What's that supposed to mean? The man's demeanor remains unchanged. He removes a receipt from his shirt pocket with a note scribbled on the back. He begins to read. On the 7th floor is a planner, but if you don't listen closely to the following, he'll hide. Darkness, there are hands you must shake. Do so in the order I say. Any missteps, and the elevator will clear the mistake. Okay. On the 7th floor. The first number under sequence is the floor above the council chambers. So 2. third most distant from the sky. There are 11, the third most distant from the sky. There are 11 floors. Should one count the basement? Our second number is that which makes an even divide. Oh, okay, so the floor is above the council chamber. It's the third most distant from the sky. There are 11 floors. The third most distant from the sky. There are 11 floors. Should one count the basement? Okay, so that's the wait. So that's 3 then. Our second number is that which makes an even divide. Wow, this is big pixels. Sphinx of the Darkness handshakes. There are 11 floors, should one count the basement. Oh, that would be the second floor. It's the second floor. It's still the second floor. It's 2. Because this is B. Our second number is that which makes an even divide. What does this mean? So 5, I think. Third is just above it. 5th from the sky. So 11, it's 6. Do you want Sakanago hit me? 5th from the sky, so hold on. 11, 10. Sorry, it's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. G. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 6, yeah. 6 would divide evenly. 5 above, 5 below. We're gonna find out, I think. He hands the receipt to Catherine. If you need help, friend is outside the building. Open the app and he'll be there. Oh god, I don't want friend. What? Where are you going with this? I'm lost. Like I said, I can't help you. If you need help, then go outside. Okay. But because hold on, so when it says, hold on, the first number in our sequence is the floor above the council chamber, third most distant from the sky. That's the second floor. When you look at the, like I wrote down the floors. There are 11 floors. Should one count the basement? Our second number is that which makes an even divide. What I think by an even divide is like divided by 2. Right? And it's the floors, so we exclude the ground floor in that instance. And the third is just above it. 5th from the sky, which is the 6th floor. We'll see. We'll find out. Okay. Go upstairs. Up. Oops, did I say go down? No, go up. Floor 2. You can feel around. What is it? Someone is in here. Dallas speaks into the darkness. Hello? firmly and shakes. Oh no, okay. Oh no, 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 no. We gotta take the, hold on. Press the elevator panel, reset. That's how this works. So we gotta go 2, 5, 6. That's how this works, okay. Interesting. We'll find out if this is right. Begins to pull Catherine slowly toward the floor. She grabs Dallas, attempting to resist. Catherine? It's... The hand jerks her violently to the floor. Dallas attempts to intercept the figure in the dark, but only meets the wall. Hey! He slaps the wall. Tell me who the fuck is there? His echo trails off into the extremities of the stairwell. As Catherine looks up from the ground, a light switches on high above them. Dallas, help me up, please. Dallas recovers Catherine from the floor, and she hangs her arm over his shoulder. You're not in any kind of condition to be doing this shit. I know it. I see a light. Up there. I'll carry you. No, it's fine. Let's go find this planner. Get to the roof. Whatever it takes to be done here. Catherine steps into the warm lamplight glow of the 7th floor. Office overlooking Duncan Plaza. A man sits at a desk facing the window. He looks back at Catherine, looks away. Office is closed. Working late? The planner looks at Catherine over his slouched shoulder. No later than usual. Keep listening. We're drafting a new master plan. Catherine nods and leans against the jamb of the door. It's been an ordeal. You may have seen about it in the news. The antagonism in the city, my God. Everyone wants something different. The planner looks away from Catherine. I'm the one they hate the most. The other planners are more interesting. Younger, they're passionate about the work. I'm old now. I watched them bulldoze the projects. I wanted it. Wanted them gone. You don't know what the wrong decision is until you make it. The road splits and you have to keep going. The highways, they have to go somewhere. The houses, they're going to flood sometime. As he speaks, he crouches into himself in an odd and anxious way. No one wants to relocate, but the stubbornness of nature is unmatched. It drives the rest. In the end, it drives our decisions. It forces them, you see. Don't follow. It forces them. The ocean will have its way with us. There will be no more fussing about it. The floods are coming, unimaginable floods that will dwarf any we've ever seen. Our decisions will be made for us as the waters rise. Some will confront these decisions before others. This creates an imbalance. It creates the conditions for conflict. When we plan, we don't plan for a community. We plan for a city at war with itself. We decide the winners and the losers. As the stakes grow higher, the losers, they're going to hate us. He returns his gaze across his shoulder, meets Catherine's eyes before looking away a final time. Gives me a fucking ulcer. Trying to get to the roof. I was hoping I could get access to the roof. Planner turns in his chair. I see. Any chance you could help? You don't look like the other ones, I'll say that. Excuse me? Where's your shirt? Planner dismisses Catherine with a hand wave and points toward the coat rack near the door. Keycard's hanging on the rack. He returns to his original posture facing the window. Oh, he's jumping out that window. That man is jumping out the window by the time we're done. She sighs heavily. This is killing me. An exit sign casts an obscure red glow over the area. Ahead is a still door with panic bars. Mounted to the wall beside it is a magnetic card reader. This must lead to the roof. Try the door. Catherine scans the ID badge and pushes open the door. Catherine steps through the door into the cool winter air above City Hall. I need to sit for a moment. Of course. Dallas gestures to a nearby air conditioning unit. Let's sit. Getting too old for this. Running around like this on my 49th birthday. What a life. Birthday? Today's your birthday? Today's my birthday. At least it's memorable. No question there. You alright? I'm fine. I just needed to breathe for a minute. That was strange. Can never be normal with Super. Always gotta be some shit like that. So why keep doing it? I don't know. Dallas lifts his hand in resignation. There's not much else, really. Not anymore. There are other apps. You could work one of the other apps, drive people, something like that. I could, but I'd get bored. If I'm being honest, I used to get into so much shit back in the day. Working this job, it brings back memories. The city's full of them. It's changed so much these past few years. Sometimes it feels like I woke up in a wrong city. I know the feeling. A lot of the old timers I knew evacuated, never came back. Sometimes I wonder why I stayed. They say you can love this place, but it won't love you back. It showed me some love in my younger days. Guess I'm just waiting for that feeling to come around again. But let me ask you the same question you asked me. Why keep doing this? Not a lot of runners our age. It's a long story. It's my first time on the app, but things have been interesting for a while now. I tried to have a straight job once upon a time, but that didn't last too long. Yeah, why not? Let's just say I lied on my resume. Nearly everyone you meet is a story like that in this line of work. It's nothing special about me then. I wouldn't say that. The old man in the ditch thinks you're special. Let him think it. So you figure this last sculpture is around here somewhere. It's right there. It said something about it being in the sky. Silly Jimmy's Superdome. They changed it again? What was it before? Pearl Dish Soap Superdome. Handsome Burger Superdome? I don't know, I lost track. Silly Jimmy's Superdome. Let's look up. Also, let's save our game. Third reading from the Apocryphon of Kenna John. New Orleans is a pit and Garrett's stuck in it. New Orleans is the lowest world. A messenger visits John, tells him about the early faithful now living in the cavities of the Martian moons. Tells him there's a way to commune with them through the Adamic language of angels and spellcasters and those others who know God's mind. There's a chrism, a fluid that John must imbibe. It's in the egg that floats in the sky. John is blessed with a plan to escape the low world's reach. The Garretts must build a spacefaring ark, a vessel with which to leave this earth. Having imbibed the chrism, John may ascend beyond the distortion of the low world and listen for the twilight language. Two Garretts work together at Stennis. John appoints them to oversee the task. They soon find other engineers sympathetic to the plan. The Garretts labor for 760 days, and in that time the ark is complete. All that remains is the egg, which holds the chrism to know God's mind. So is that it? We find all three? Let's go ask the kids at the mall. I need a recording device. Distant traffic glides across the Mississippi River along the Crescent City connection. Mike mentioned a recording device. Or Mike mentioned that the... How's she doing? You okay? Let's be some quiet. Excuse me, miss. I'm just checking to see if there's a recording device around here somewhere. Let's go see if there's something at the French Quarter. Dallas, Rosie. Trinkets, shirt, masks. touched your ball, okay? What are you gonna do about it? Yeah, last dollar. Okay. Here we go. Stennis. What is Stennis? What do you mean Stennis? What does this mean? I kind of want to go here, the wholesale. Oh, has something happened to my phone? Catherine, we will send an advance show wallet to notify you to complete the mission, but please do not waste our time. Oh, ran out of money. I see. Stennis Space Center. It's actually in Mississippi, but it isn't far from New Orleans still. They do rocket engine testing there. Interesting. He's still mad. Like, I don't want to move on yet until I... Let's find our pals. Talk to Bruce yet? No, not yet. I was hoping you could repeat what you said. Okay. I'm saving again. Saving all of this because I feel like this is like a crucial moment in the game. Where did they go? Those two little shits, where did they go? Hell. Why would we just waste our time? We have to get in there. Only one option comes to mind. The creep in the ditch? Afraid so. This night I hate it. No, I don't want to do the ditch. You did your thing. Need your boat. How wonderful, a boat ride into John's fucking skull. We'll live inside it. Calm down, keep your distance. Lower your voice. We need the boat, not you. The mall. The mall. John's skull, John's skull. The boat is just a little further down the canal. Let us go and visit the sanctum of the Garrets. Oh boy. Hey, we're back to us now. Instruction manual for the operation of Shield Railroad Crane Network. You read from the manual. Shield railroad cranes can be operated from a safe distance. If you want to get into this boy's hole, you'll have to pay the troll's toll. My wife saw that scene with no context of that show at all, and she was very confused. Using control panels located at various points around the facility. Each crane is labeled with a unique identification number. To operate a crane, enter the prefix code 2914, followed by the crane ID. A wanted poster hangs on the wall. Wanted, Drone Fleet Captain Sun A19, commonly known as the Drone Priest, is missing and considered armed and dangerous. That looks like the app, I might add. I get it, also this is what I say. It's terrifying. Contact Shield Community Dispatch if sighted. Do not approach. Left security monitor displays a freight elevator. The center security monitor displays the Good Hope Cemetery, raised tombs surrounded on all sides by refinery architecture. The right security monitor displays a freight moving robot hanging limp from a crane. Command line terminal sits open on the computer's desk. Someone has forgotten to log out. Unfortunate for us. Freight elevator lock engaged. Drone bay lock engaged. Type command. Map of shield security zone A is displayed on the monitor. Good Hope Plantation. So we gotta use the crane in some way. Right? Now that we're in, take a good look at what Lucky got. The man crouches down, opens his backpack, and reveals 2 grenades. Got these from a guy at the burger place. Lucky done played with bigger grenades than this. These more little toys. Loud as it is around here, they ain't likely to make us much of a ruckus. If we get into any more scuffles, they might be handy, but we best be choosy. Only got 2 of us. Only got us the 2. He zips his backpack, tips his hat, and smiles. There'll be no use against the St. Clair models that guard Good Hope Plantation. Well, sure, them guards not your average type. We'll need to find some other way to get rid of them. What do you suggest? Like I say, there's that big bastard hanging from the railroad crane over there. A freight mover. A robot just like you. Might be your podna. Let's go talk with it. A mover has no agency. How do you know? Thought you wasn't a St. Clair. You come up with something better, Lucky, all ears. Till then, you go with his gut. Lucky done got help from all kinds of robots. 2 men watch the monitor display above the freight elevator. So what this is? They're making us go to space now? Imagine the overtime you'd get, brah. Not to mention the hazard pay. Shit, wish I could be like one of those old timers and retire on workman's comp. Careful what you wish for. You know the mole guys just play it up for the news? They bump their heads, tying their shoe, and get paid a vacation. Give me a break. You know any of the others? The ones that died in the blast? Yeah, I know a couple. Blue, Wiki, good guys. We can run on the plant 2 weeks. This work no joke, bro. Somebody got to do it. People want to drive around, eat their microwave dinners, all that shit. They don't come free. Somebody's got to make it. Just hope it ain't us next time. Keep your eyes and ears open. The ones that get hurt ain't paying attention. Wires drift in the wind above the catwalk. Your eyes follow them upward to a large freight mover hanging from a railroad crane. You shout toward the machine to get its attention, but it remains unresponsive. Million emits a high-frequency whine. Silence follows. A voice swells from the sky as the mover begins to speak. You will dive into the water, and the depths will become the surface. The breeze will change the shape of the flame, and the flame will be as boundless as the territory that it lights. That was a sound, yeah. Hey, buddy, keep it down. Ain't time to make a ruckus yet. You'll find in the water not only flames, but whole hurricanes. There will be patterns of light that form the shape of the old bayous, where those who killed for freedom still hide. It's like a poem or something? Rattling cages on the tracks and whispering at the pond, perhaps the pond will whisper back. That ground that soiled those bloody days, the lights of the lanterns become this very flame. Be straight with me. You gonna help us out or not? You will find the old pole boat where the ghosts still hide their eyes. There are mall eyes and ditch eyes and bayou eyes. There are eagle eyes and duck eyes and cardinal eyes. There are John's eyes and there are your eyes. And your eyes are the refinery eyes. Guess I was wrong to think that this thing would be any help. What's that number on its chest? 016. It's the crane number. Remember that, alright? That's the identification number for the crane it's hanging on. That's how they do it around here. Let's go find the controls. Drop this goofy bastard right on the guards. Wouldn't that be a hoot? That was a sound. to say the least. There's that big boy. Good Hope flame ain't burning too hot tonight. Some nights this thing gets bigger than anything you can imagine. Light the whole parish up. Think this thing controls the crane over there? That could cause a little trouble. So 2194. Oops. Sorry. This is the other way around. I might have accidentally. Hold on. 016 2194. 016. Hold on. I may have misremembered. Let's go see. Followed by the crane ID. Yeah. Oh. Nope. Goodbye. Yeah, I thought I put that in right. Did I do that wrong? I swear I did it right. Please enter move it path code. Oh, what now? Oh, shit. I don't know. Hold on. Hold up. Where's that thing going? Movement code you entered. I punched in whatever came to mind. This ain't the direction I'd hoped. Surely it'll stop before it reaches the flame. They wouldn't have a code that sends the damn thing straight into a gas flare. Oh no. It gonna blow. Dear Lord Jesus Christ. Oh my. That thing rambled a bit, but I wasn't trying to kill it. You set out to cause a distraction. This most certainly qualifies. Guess that's what happens when you talk your poetry to old Lucky. Let's hope the explosion drew a few guards away from the headquarters. If this don't do it, then nothing will. You'll hear something?
Right.
Can anybody tell me if this thing's hostile? They can't decommission me. They'll never decommission the drone priest, baby. The drone priest is gonna kill you! Gone! Gone forever! This whole refiner's a damn clown show. Come, my little ones, let's dance! Oh crap, I totally botched that. Oh god. Oh, it's dead. Okay, great. Oh, they're taking the hit for him. Okay. Don't forget old Lucky now. What in the good Lord's name? Drone priest? Is this a Chrono Trigger reference? I don't know. I do not know. The freight mover burns alongside the Good Hope flame. Look it. No guards. Guess Lucky was right. Reminds me of the Guardian and the bits in the future. It does a little bit. I saw it as the app that the Garretts use I thought it was that symbol.
Such splendid attire. You have chosen vagabonds of the highway as your guise. Fitting finery for this pageant of the Epiphany and the Ashes. Beyond these doors, the masquerade of the refinery flame. In each likeness, a shadow in opposition is cast. That which is low shall rise. The swamps become mountains, the earth a ceiling of the sky. The path is straight for the wayward, the thieves are gift givers, and the flame is the provenance of the mind. I don't know what to expect, but it sure as hell weren't this. Don't attract attention, let's move along. The fuck is going on? The fuck is going on right now? Please enter, vagabonds. Birdhead. Listen to the couple. You came to the one last year? When they lit the Nutria on fire? Yeah. They say Thomas St. Clair shows up every year. He might be here tonight. There's just no way to know with all the costumes. Is that why his daughter didn't show? She's probably up there in her office drinking alone. There's too much bad energy here. Saw online there's a party in the lake tonight. Might be able to check it out. Nutria? The Sun and the Minotaur watch crowds flow in and out of the lobby. Who doesn't enjoy igniting giant robots? I know I do. We got some Eyes Wide Shut madness going on here right now. This is some Eyes Wide Shut shit. Orgy porgy and all that jazz. A man wearing a golden crown gesticulates drunkenly while those around him back away in embarrassment or attempt to calm him. History isn't created by the sympathetic, soft-hearted. What is Nutria? What is Nutria, Lip? Why? Bend to the will of the weak, huh? Huh? Jesus Christ, dude. Why punish those who carry passion and virtue in their hearts, huh? Power is the very essence of life. Power! Not compassion or goodwill or anything, something like that. That's great, Bruce. Garrett. I'm a Garrett now. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not calling you by your cult name. It's not a cult. Definitely is. It's a place for visionaries to thrive. And tonight we'll leave this world. Nutria is a giant rodent. They tend to live in water a lot. Kind of beaver otter-esque. And it's called Nutria. That sounds weird, like they were trying to like spin it as something nutritional. Yeah, I saw a kind of John bragging about that online. Godspeed. That toy rocket's going to explode before it leaves the ground. Engineering is sound. I'm helping to launch it. You're blitzed. You couldn't even walk a straight line. Keep it up. You can only hide your jealousy for so long. You think I'm jealous that you joined a cult? Not that. You know what I'm talking about. The CEO chose me as assistant director. You wanted it. You wanted it so bad. But still, I possess the confidence to leave it behind and take a leap of faith. Bruce, we all know you've got daddy issues. Why don't you go hug your little stuffed monkey and cry about it? Weak mind to reach out. You're too pathetic to understand. Excuse me? You're only humiliating yourself. Shit. Did I research the stars for God's sake though? Yeah.
Keith smokes a cigarette while watching the pageant. You made it after all. Lots to take in, huh? How'd you get through? How did you get through? Called my buddy who had security around here, told me to come on down. Why didn't you mention that at the bar? Slipped my mind. Been thinking about what to call my website since I left the bar. Finally settled on a name. You ready? Keith's Corner. How you like it? The executives, the landlords, so-called philanthropists, they'll be cornered in Keith's Corner. Want the website to look like a boxing ring? Want the logo to have boxing gloves in it? Might even do some live streams. Pretty cool idea. Keith's got him cornered. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. An improvised dance performance plays across the stage. The dancers periodically pause in their motion and eye the crowd with an exaggerated look of distrust. One is dressed in a maroon robe, the other a feathered cape. You make your way towards the stage. You make the dance. You begin to mirror the unnatural contortions of the performers as they crab walk across the stage. All the spectators dodge you or give a start as you graze the backs of their legs. The onstage performers notice your mimicry. They stop their movement with a severe look of disapproval. Stop as well and meet their expression. One of the performers raises his hand to you. The Shadow. You raise your hand in kind. Dad? My child. He leaps from the stage and holds his arms out, inviting an embrace. Hug. You give the performer a full embrace as he lets out a theatrical cry of relief. He turns to the audience that is gathered around. My child has traveled from a distant place to join us tonight. She has watched the deserts burn. She has no face, no smile, no nose, no eyes. They graced her once upon a time. But somewhere along I-40, she left them behind. Just like the alligator, she thought she could hide, but the alligator's home is eroded. The bayous are gone. The man who walked the alligator like a dog still died alone. And my child, born to travel, won't sink in this quagmire for long. She'd sooner die herself than that. Die in a war, or in a rocket perhaps. He looks at you and silently whispers, she'd sooner die anywhere else than stay here at home. There are many currents of deceit and mistrust coursing through the room tonight. Some are masked to speak truthfully without fear of reprisal. Others wear masks to further deceive. Laura St. Clair, the regional CEO, is unwell. That's why she doesn't join us tonight. She was once the darling of the pageant, but no more. Her power is slipping. She's at odds with her father on one side and the board on the other. Why she at odds with the board? She has pursued a mystical, invisible device against every wish of the board, inflating the operations budget in order to siphon money towards her zealous mission. She believes that if she can secure this technology, the board will forgive her for her many transgressions. I'm in a position to know that she is mistaken. It's too late for her. A coup is already underway. It has only taken this long because they hoped her spiraling madness would drive her to suicide. They fear the wrath of her father, with whom S.H.I.E.L.D. holds many profitable contracts, but Laura's self-destruction may prove too costly at the end. Why shout out to the father? They seek the same thing, but for different reasons. There is a technology of unknown origin that has made this region its home. Laura believes that it holds the key to powering a mining fleet that can travel great distances for the purposes of gathering ore. It is her final bid to move S.H.I.E.L.D. away from Earth's extraction. Her father, Thomas St. Clair, hopes to block his daughter's discovery of this elusive technology and to intercept it for his own designs. Why is he telling me this?
He's a man without a face. You will never see Thomas St. Clair, but his eyes are everywhere that he wishes them to be. They are here tonight, behind several of these masks, perhaps closer than you realize.
Oh, yeah, is he just uploaded into the AI then? That's what he is. Right? That's what he does. Thank you, Mojito. Thank you for thinking of me. Yeah. He's Super Duck. That's how she usurped her dad or tried to take control. As she tried to kill him, he uploaded his consciousness into technology. The one dude ended up stealing that and uploading it. And that is him. That's him. What's this technology you're talking about?
A vessel of light that has remained hidden in the lake for decades. A visitor from a distant star. A hoax, an angel, a military weapon, a drone. Distortion created by gases combusting in the swamp. No one has been able to capture the specimen or even verify its existence. Laura becomes more irate with each proposed theory. She grows darker by the day, and the device escapes her reach at every turn.
Let's get some water. I'm gonna drink because I feel like we're almost done with this chapter. Super Duck, the Melty Flesh Bird, is really AI Corporation Daddy? Absolutely. It makes perfect sense. And that's happened at the time that she gets put on the board, which coincides, like the dates line up, because this happened when we came across Super Duck when her mom was alive. You know, maybe it coincides. Maybe I'm crazy. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. Interesting. Alright, so we can go to the lobby. Oops. Elevator or outside. This elevator is protected by retinal authentication. The executive offices are above. It's likely where your mother's possessions are being held. Okay.
Tonight we searched the stars for God's signal. Alright, ma'am.
That's enough of your nonsense for one night, Bruce. You're drunk. Let's go find somewhere to lay you down.
Well, that was awful.
Ever since he became Laura St. Clair's assistant, he's been like this callous, arrogant, rude. Now he's gotten into this crap at the mall. I've had enough.
I blame his dad. He's always been so cold to Bruce, feeding his insecurities.
Like father, like son.
If that man had said just one nice thing to him, I bet he wouldn't be trying to launch himself into space.
I must have missed it. He's drying out by the elevator. Let's see if he apologizes when he comes to. This was the individual causing a scene in the ballroom.
They're all so damn
Jealous, aren't they?
They all want my position, petty bastards. They want what I have of you from the inside. A view of the river, of the lights.
Screw them. Screw them. Screw them. SCREWTHEM. Screw the. Falls into a gibbering sleep. Grab him. Clever. If he's an assistant to Laura St. Clair, then he would have access to the executive suite. Grab his arms. You put the drunken king's arms over your shoulders and hoist him up. Lauren, assholes. Not even drunk. My dad's leaving big assholes than you know that? I know how to deal with assholes. He's an asshole like a... Just a fuck one. Fuck. That's why I'm leaving this stupid planet behind. Cause it's for my dad. Wish I could find Mr. Monkey Man before I left. Whatever, no time for toys. I'm true for them. Mr. Monkey Man? Yeah, stupid Mr. Monkey Man. My stuffed monkey. Monkey. My monkey is my best friend. Why's your dad an asshole? Because, god damn it, why are you earning a show? He never wanted to say, hey Bruce, nice one. Well, Bruce, I mean Garrett. Well, Garrett's going to Mars with his Bryce. With his, with his Bryce. Sally and Nora. Just hope we go with Puppy and not Drawn. Because fuck Drawn. Just another daddy to deal with. Yep. Oops. Sorry. Dismiss. Drag the slouching king towards the retinal scanner. Fucking what? The LED sensor passes over his eyes before you drop him to the ground. Good night, sweet prince. Shh. Rest well. Go up? Yes. I love how we're faceless. Or maybe we're getting to the end of the game. I feel like we might be. Do not rifle through my things. Binders containing various internal literature, operational documents, engineering reports, soil quality service, human resource handbooks. Binder no different in appearance from the rest sits among the collection on the visibility of operating a server supercluster at the Shield Norco refining facility. While the Mississippi River provides a natural cooling source, the Norco location is determined to be too precarious for a full supercluster build-out. Hurricanes, coastal erosion, unreliable state management, and the location's proximity to nuclear facilities could result in cascading disaster events that would jeopardize critical network infrastructure. It better serve as a support node for the proposed Gulf Coast Astral Eyes distributed regional system. Storage box sits on the shelf. The text of the console displays lists a sequence of locations, each entry time-stamped. It is, you infer a description of your movement through the premises. The Regional Shield CEO stares out at the expansive refinery beyond the office window. I felt you there, before I even saw you on the monitor. You're silent, just like Catherine. I look out over the town and imagine where she might be. Never anywhere, just silent. Things have been feeling vague, haven't they? Those highways you're always on. You don't sleep. You don't feel, not anything. Vague. Nothing. Nowhere. I don't sleep either. When I sit up in bed and open my eyes, I see things on the wall. They pantomime. They beg. But I don't turn away. There was a time when I would, but I've lost the energy. Now I watch. I'm not here tonight for the party. I've kept my distance from the others. If they vote me out, it'll upset my father. So they'd rather I resign or die. I stay here, right here. I can see the river here in the flame. I thought it'd be me that the light would come to see. Of course it was Catherine. But the flame's still mine. It still burns for me. I've done so much that is wrong, held out so long, just to stay near it, but I've lost my hold. The vagueness, the shadows. The board has had it. The box on the shelf, it's what you came for. So take it. By all rights, it's yours. I thought I found what I needed, but it was a mistake. Catherine was smarter than me, or more stubborn. I don't want the others to have it after I'm gone. Not my father, not the board. I wanted to experience the light. I wanted to touch it, but I can't stand around any longer. That's all. Go find your brother. Find within the box miscellaneous artifacts from your mom's life, medical bills from Oxner Hospital, books on a range of environmental topics, a Dimes discount rewards card, and other ephemera. Please take the box and leave. I have other matters to attend to. I want a rifle. What's in the letter? Oh, and Kay? Don't trust her. Shit. Did she just... We must go now. We go now, no delay. You slide the letter gingerly from its envelope. This letter is addressed to my father, Dr. Thomas St. Clair. It was as you expected, a long series of mistakes, all very amusing to you. I wanted to outlive you, but if just an echo of my memory haunts your lonely days, that'll be enough. I hope you never find it. I know you won't. L. Whoa. This is where I get off. I suppose they'll be looking for all of us once that one's body's discovered. Lucky's advice, keep a low profile. Come along, Potts. Lucky walks down the highway and into the obscurity of the surrounding swamp. We have what we've come for, the box of Catherine's possessions, though its contents leave me more perplexed than before we arrived. Most of what it contained was trash, scraps of paper, scribbled notes. The only thing of any interest was a Dimes discount coupon card. Did your mother visit the gas station before she died? Why would she think to grab it? This puts us no closer to finding Blake. It absolutely keeps us closer to finding Blake. Let's get ourselves a Dimes discount. I'm sorry, the card you swiped is not a valid American discount. Southeast Incorporated coupon card. Not valid? Card is a forgery? A fluid of thought swirls within the robot's head. Catherine, she always kept her secrets hidden in plain sight. We must search the house. I know where to go. Ha 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 ha. I know where we're going. Why would Catherine carry around a counterfeit coupon card? There must be some explanation. She was very secretive. We may find some clue hiding around the house. Oh, I know where. That's right, Lip. You know what's up. You insert the coupon card into Mary's face. How fitting. From within the house you hear the vague clop of something mechanical. Sakana is like, I do not know what's up. This is a game, Sakana. You should play it. You'll find some enjoyment from it. That statue has always struck me as unusual. Now I know why. Kitchen. No, not here. Bedroom? No. Although it's very peaceful. Oops, wrong room. Wait. I'm missing something. Yep. A clunk. Something has changed somewhere. Afraid of the laundry room. The pile has shifted since last time I looked. Move boxes. Clear where the box is really in a portal built into the floor. Unbelievable. How many years has Catherine kept this doorway hidden? What a weird thing. A map of Lake Pontchartrain hangs on the wall, decorated with various illegible notes and penciled routes through its network of bayous. Wireless signal jammer. What would Catherine need with such a device? A dated laptop, its keyboard covered in grime. Custom-built processor. Power on the processor. As the machine breathes to life, small LED lights begin to flicker in the face of the oblong plastic device on the desk. A USB cord runs from the device to the laptop. The computer's terminal is quickly obscured by pop-ups advertising malware scanners and other products. An indecipherable static blossoms from the speakers. In distorted bursts, the noise begins to cohere into a cracked simulation of your mother's voice. Complete. Extracting. Driver update required. No Wi-Fi connection detected. Why is this enumerating alphabetical index? K? Please. Who is this? Child age 23? For your cognitive versioning needs, choose the Greater New Orleans Neural Versioning Clinic. Dear God. Driver update required. Enumerating alphabetical index, array member deleted. What is that? No. God, please, no. If you can hear this, can you hear me, please? Get away from that robot, please. Please get away. You couldn't have come at a stranger time. Biochemist, welcome. I'm sorry. That's a raid timing if I've ever seen it. I'm sorry, folks. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm Bogus Meat Factory. We are playing... I don't even really know right now. We're playing Norco. And things have gotten real. They're playing Racketeer. How was Racketeer, by the way? I know you love that game. You played a bunch of it. That's it. I hope it's going well. We're, I'm guessing, near the end of this game. A lot of people consider this to be their favorite game of the year. It is a very fascinating, and interesting, and engaging adventure game. I highly recommend it already. It is strange, imaginative, mind-bending. You may want to leave the stream, Biochemist, because you are an adventure game fan, and I think you would enjoy this. We are near the end. It may make no sense. This is a strange game in a good way, in a very good way. It is a wild ride of emotions. I don't even know how to explain. I don't even know what the hell is going on right now. I'm trying to grasp it. There's a lot to grok. So anyways, thank you for the raid. How is Ricketeer going, though? I won't continue. We're not going to continue. I'm just going to say hi. It is on Game Pass, Lip. It's on PC Game Pass. Absolutely. How's Ricketeer going? I hope it's going good. For folks who don't know, I'm a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything. New, old, you name it, I play it. Massive love for adventure games. We typically go through a lot of text adventure games, Infocom stuff chronologically, play some MMORPGs, and really discuss and divulge the genre and its evolution over time. Play a little bit of everything. You name it, I play it. I love it. Just grinding with the RNG. Nice. Well, you know what? Hey, at least it's a great game. Ricketeer is a beautiful game. It's a fantastic game. So I'm glad you're just enjoying your time. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Folks, you should check out Papaya Chemist. They are fantastic. They also do a lot of variety. They love themselves some adventure games. Really great person. Really worth your time and effort to go and watch. Great. Great person. Check them out on Twitter, too. Great Twitter. Also a great Twitter presence. I mean this truly. Papa says to them all, through John's skull, The Garretts have been instructed to protect the sacred messenger, but they're foolish and easily outwitted. Their greatest weakness is their treachery. All you must do is catch them fibbing, lying, going against the will of John, their idolater. And then what? Show them for the hypocrites that they are. Sow seeds of disloyalty. This will present an opportunity for you to gain what you seek. I see. You got any kind of recording app on that phone of yours, Catherine? We're going to try to play these people against one another. Might help. Good point. I'll install one. Now we install one. We have to go back and record. Christ himself was a man of great cunning. We will be to the Garretts presently. Oh, this is... I have to go to sleep. I don't want to go to sleep, but I have to go to sleep. Hey, Gooch. Gooch hasn't gotten in. Hold on. I'm sorry, Gooch. We have pressing matters to attend to. Oh, no. Get away from the Gooch. Get away from the Gooch. Step away from the Gooch. Hey, Keith. Kate, I feel bad about what I asked. I didn't mean for it to come out like that. Forget it. I just needed a second. Any development on your end? Not a thing. Nobody coming in or out. In fact, I might call it. Go grab me something to eat. See you around, sister. See you around, Keith. Catherine grabs the wet bag of half-eaten potato chips. Gotta record. Crouch in the garage. Forgot what I said already, didn't you? Record it if you're having so much trouble remembering, and hang on to it until you see him. Bruce, you're my boy. This here's your home. Wouldn't turn you away for nothing. That cult shit, that Garrett shit, let it go. Just come back home. Now go on. Get out of my garage. I gotta know. Garrett, my boy. Papa! You're the only one around here who still calls me by my name. The others can be cruel, can't they? To steal one's name so cruel. I can't get that last reading. Don't think I'll ever be Garrett again. Bruh, I'll be stuck wearing this shirt forever. Look me in the eyes, boy. Papa squats before the man. Look your Papa in his eyes. Papa takes over his small. He'll give you back your name. The others, he will deem Gooch to punish them for their abuse. Patience, my boy. You're a real one, Papa. Just keep a low profile. John's coming by tonight. Papa smiles wide. John's coming by tonight. Yeah, Paul. He even put a lock on the door to keep you out. A little fuck. Just record me saying the passphrase. Play it for the acoustic lock. You can come in and out like normal. My splendid child. Yep. Here's the passphrase. It's... Prayers up, boys. We're going to Mars. Did you record it? Just play that for the luck to get in, okay, Paul? Notice hangs on the door. It reads, "Attention, Garrett's. Ditchman is a repulsive snake who has no place in this mall. Do you see what Da Vinci Code fanfiction does to a man? Is aggravated his already demented state. Anyone found consorting with him will be immediately excommunicated. Hope I'm clear. Love y'all, John." Pitiful little boy. That's what Gooch was. He got excommunicated. Acoustic lock uses voice recognition, so I just speak into it? It's expecting some kind of audio input to unlock it. Alright, well. Press up, boys, we're going to Mars. I did it. Door should be open. What a game, man. These hallways belong to the Garretts. Derelict corridors forgotten by John. Whichever hallway you choose to follow will take you to the far end of the mall. That is where John has imprisoned the messenger. A giant Garrett guards the door to the cathedral. He's their newest recruit, naive in his allegiance to this profane fellowship. Let us find him and grind his allegiance into dust. Save. Gotta do a little more. Just gotta do a little more. Yes? So we need to pit the Garretts against each other? Why were you following me? What is that you want from me? Why are you following me? You came to me, don't you remember, dear? You needed my help. You've even been following my daughter. Yes, so what? Your children are blessed with the blood of Christ. It is my responsibility to watch over them. It's a promise I must keep. Promise to who? To someone in a garden many lifetimes ago. How would you know about any of this? I know where the blood travels from the old world to the new and down the Mississippi River. The Cajuns carried it with them. This is something your father knew. My father was a con artist. If he convinced you he was a descendant of Christ or French royalty or anything else, he was hustling you. How do you think I got this blessed ring? Catherine dangles the ring from the necklace that hangs around her neck. Your father understood the purpose of myth. You knew my father? I encountered him. I knew what he spoke was true. Whatever he told you, trust me, it was all lies. He showed me the ring. Catherine again waves the ring that hangs from her neck. The fake ring, the one he stole from a pawn shop. Need everything be so real? The synthetic has its place in the order of things. You're insane. What good is sanity in a world like ours? It's nothing but arrogance and stubbornness in the face of splendid truth. Place is sure history. That's a cool Game Boy Rim light mod. Oh, on the guy? Yeah, absolutely. Puck, my man. Garrett, my boy. How are things in the hallowed quarters of this exalted place? Oh, good. Everything's getting ready for tonight's sermon. John will be here any minute. Once he arrives, we're locking down the mall. I better put my phone away. Just can't stop scrolling. Been standing here for hours, scrolling. That's all I do. John would never enter through those chambers. These hallways are yours. Scroll freely, my Garrett. I like your style, Puck. Recording that. Display of food props made from foam and plastic sits beneath a sigil painted in the wall. Is this guy actually become Garrett? Oh, absolutely. Dead. Two little Garretts game on the tiles of the service quarter. Those are the boys that were supposed to let us in. Whoa, don't block the screen. We're killing civilians. I'm killing civilians, dude. There's only one remote. Where'd you go? You two were supposed to let me into the mall. I got all the readings. Huh? We're killing civilians. Stop saying that. Not us. Me. I am. Are games allowed here? So John lets you play games? John wants us to become our best selves. This is me at my best. You're quite good at it. Yeah, I know. It's because I practice. How often? All day, every day? The new guys get stuck doing stupid shit like working guard duty and gardening. A true Garrett knows what's really important. Video games. Kill the man wearing the little shorts. I was going to, dude. Just shut up. I feel like that's something I need to record. A welded steel container garden sits beneath a buzzing LED lamp. The crop is a scattered mix of herbs and winter sprouts. Snacks for a Garrett, healthy boys. You peruse the titles on the bookshelf. The angelic language. To speak the angelic language, one must first drink from the mouth of an angel. This will cause a temporary madness in the aspiring speaker before removing all internal barriers that imprison one's mind. If the aspirant is blessed with a sufficient clarity of faith, she will at this moment be prepared to receive the language spoken in the garden before the fall of man. But should she inhabit Earth, another barrier will stand between herself and the divine language. The planet is shrouded in a sphere of distortion caused by cell towers and other sources of electromagnetic field radiation. This light corrupts incoming signals and makes the angelic communication that many of our ancestors enjoyed impossible. In order to speak directly with God's children who reside in nearby corners of our galaxy, the aspirant must not simply kiss the mouth of an angel, but must travel far from the distortion of Earth. The aspirant must then pray with a pure heart and mind at the foot of an altar to the divine feminine. Only then will the language that encodes the fabric of our reality become intelligible. The unnamed apostles understand the highly malleable and holographic aspect of space-time and can bend it at will. They're capable of enlarging interior spaces beyond its surrounding architecture, extruding hallways many meters into walls that aren't evident from the wall's opposite side. Floors they delete through a meditative exercise, leaving a void emptied even of time between shape and shaper. This is the gift of the unnamed apostles, who have been erased from Scripture and made heretics by those who wish to obscure the hidden nature of Christ. What a hoot. Papa, the immortal. Recording that. Why, the most faithful among the Garretts blesses my door. As soon as we get an angle grinder, that won't be your closet anymore. What'd you do with Garrett? He went in there and he never came out. Perhaps you had your nose buried in one of John's heretical little books when he left. That door's coming off, you bastard. Language, Garrett, are we not in the house of God? Asshole. My secret closet, my precious closet in John's kingdom. Perhaps I'll hide here in my closet and wait for him to walk by and then I'll pop out, surprise! I do not know the code. Wrong. It's not time for you to enter this door, Catherine, okay. Thanks for that, Papa. Hey, Pup, you got any of that stuff from last time? Could really use something to take the edge off. The energy's bad in here, man. What is it that you desire, my Garrett? Something to clear your mind and widen your eyes? For that I must venture to Saint Somewheres, or perhaps something that will open your heart to the divine presence of God. Your papa must visit La Freniere Park for such stuff. Or is it an easy, restful sleep that you desire? If so, Santa Claus will have what you need. Shit, Pup. That all sounds great. I'll take any of that. The divine stuff, the Santa Claus stuff, just whatever, man. John's coming! John's coming. John will be here soon to spread the good news. Where are your shoes, Garrett? John says you shouldn't wear shoes, just like the Desert Fathers. But he wears shoes. Nah, Papa, John goes around barefoot, just like us, just like you. John's delicate little feet, poor little baby, he wears sneakers. He'll be here soon, and then you can look for yourself and see. He'll make a mockery of the blasphemers, who are so foolish as to disobey him. Like who? What blasphemers are you talking about? Why, the new Garrett, of course. I fear the new Garrett does not take his responsibilities seriously. The one guarding the cathedral right over there? Yes, you're newer than he is, goofball. But my hair's much nicer, much smoother. The new Garrett... You're the new Garrett. The new Garrett who guards the cathedral does not wear his hair as he should, straightened and at the jaw. As John requests, the new Garrett sins against John and will be punished. Man, you're the weirdest one here. He's blocking the door. Beyond the door is the messenger. We must access it. Oh good, the ditch fairy crept out of the closet. Garrett? Sorry. John doesn't want you around here. You keep showing up, I'm going to have to do something about it. Soon we will not have to worry about John at all. Yeah, whatever you say, that twisted old freak. John and the other Garretts, they aren't like us. They lack our conviction. Like hell, they're here for the same reason I am. And what reason is that? Because modernism is cancer, drugs, consumerism, porn addiction, algorithms, hijacking people's lives. Me and the boys reject all that stuff. No drugs, no trash food, no soft drinks, no porn, no video games. Ah, here we go. If I didn't trust my boys, I wouldn't be standing here right now. Promise you that. To like, record this. These Garretts, they'll only disappoint you in the end. Nah, I know these guys. Faith, fitness, strength, virtue. That's what we Garretts are about. Oh, here we go. What? He really said that? Damn. Whatever, he's still a teenager. He'll snap out of it. The older Garretts know better. Pretty disappointed, though. Not gonna lie. As I say, dear Garrett, these others aren't who you think they are. Whatever, ditch man. That's just one Garrett out of many. I still trust the other guys. Go back. What is it you desire? Yep. Let's see if that works. Okay. So we have to actually get him some drugs, and then we can... What's going on? Oh, hey, hi! Flannel ass! Garrett. So you're into this stuff, too. I was running this booth before the Garretts moved in, but it looked like fun. Cool shirts. Would you like to buy a phone case? Got a real nice selection, only $5 a piece. Sure. Be in to pick one up. What do you got? I have lots of cases. Which one are you interested in? Frog Kisses or American Patriot? Lip? I'll let you decide, my friend. If you're there. Frog Kisses or American Patriot? Kinda want to do. You want frog? Frog for you, Lip. My favorite case. It's a happy little frog, only $5. Would you like it? Yes. How adorable, I'll take it. Here you go. Aww. That's super cute. Big Mike Ochi knows what's up. Frog. Okay. Garrett stands scrolling among the vegetation and fiberglass stones at the fountain. He ignores Catherine and Dallas as they pass. Two Garretts whisper and giggle quietly while watching over the atrium from the dimly lit second floor. An altar to the Virgin Mary sits at the foot of the central fountain in the atrium. Oh, front entrance. Catherine rattles the gate, it doesn't budge. Got the front entrance locked down tight. This is beefy. Two Garretts hurl stray comments back and forth across the hallway in an exchange that resembles a conversation. Fantasy Horse 6 was designed around player agency, but it had no regard for beauty. I liked when you got to ride the cricket thing. Torment, frustration, antagonism, even indifference. These are valid things to design for. Pleasure and enjoyment aren't essential to the experience of art. You can have all the agency you want, but what's the point if you can't fast travel? Ditchman! You still on that wild Da Vinci Code shit? Yes, I am, my boy. You found Jesus' grandkids yet, or what? I did indeed. She's right here with us. What? That old lady? Ha! Quit. Hey, lady. Are you Jesus' grandkid? Of course. Obviously. Just look at the jewel that hangs from her neck, Garrett. The jewel of the Magdalene. Pup, you know I love you, but that thing looks like it came out of a cereal box. Anyway, keep it up, Puckatuck. Let's go fly Jesus' grandkids around in our rocket. Splendid. And what new trickery have you been up to of late, rotten fellow? Papa winks at Catherine. I've been doing the same stuff as always, ripping on that bong like it's my job, watching hentai with the boys, putting back some cherry bang pow soda. Oh shit. Slurp, that's how we do. John would be very displeased to know what happens in these corridors. Dude's never been back here in his life. These hallways are ours, hallway kings, that's what we are. I kneel, I bow. Stand up, puppy. You're a king like us, ditch king. The throne of Garretts are arranged beside those of the seraphim in the kingdom of the Lord. Yeah, I know. Let's get rid of it. We gotta clear up some stuff. So I used that one already. Bam. That's all I do. Garrett's in there, I know it. So we gotta get drugs for that dude. Oh, am I late? There we go. Throw this down. Oops, don't delete. Yes, well, we all use our phones. Sure, the timeline's poison, but that's how most of us found John. You'll have to do better than that. Gotcha, dude. Man, what? Tell that little creep I'm growing it out. What the hell does he want? I can't grow my hair any faster. Let it rest. God damn. They will only disappoint you, dear Garrett. I won't let two bad Garretts shake my faith. Let's see. Ripping in the bong. Who said that? The sniveling Garrett with the sword? Bong rips, hentai soda? So they're all back there getting stoned and watching porn. No, it can't be. Those are my boys. I trust them. I'm sorry that these Garretts have hurt you again. This sucks, man, but that's only 3 of them. Okay. So let's delete those. Oh, he's got something to say. Sun will be up by the time this is through. Okay. Let's hitch a ride. Downtown. Oh, Santa Claus. St. Nicholas. Ho, ho, ho.
Pup, you wretch, you fuck. You old immortal fuck. Fucker, motherfucker. Ho, ho, ho. Are you here for that good stuff? That good, nice stuff? Pour it in my mouth, pack it in my throat with your rotten hands. No.
No?
No, you wretch.
Santa jingles his bell towards Catherine. She gave me my dollar away. My dollar, no. She did? Papa looks to Catherine with overwhelming disgust. Did you give his dollar away, dear Catherine? Yes. Sure did. Papa spits into Catherine's face to the cackling delight of Santa Claus. What the fuck? Catherine tries to grab Papa by the collar of his drenched garment, but it comes undone in her hand. What an awful callous thing you said, Catherine. Every dollar's Santa's dollar. Yeah, pump. Sure is the truth. Let's go. Let's just go, you selfish, miserly woman. Oh. Piss off. Oh. Okay. Where else did they say? St. Somewheres? No, the park. The urinal's nearly full, but otherwise well kept. A lovely and inviting fixture. Pawpaw relieved himself. Good job, Pawpaw. I'm proud of you, Pawpaw. Peeing in a urinal. Look at you. You're a champ. Wow, Good job, Pawpaw. Proud of you, boy. Here it is, the place where the wild things grow. In just a moment, won't you? I must collect something from my Garrett. A gift fit for a Garrett. He'll be so pleased. Psychedelics. Okay. Loading bay. Hey, so like you got any of that stuff pop up? That stuff you were talking about? Here you are, my boy. Something to open your mind's eye. You're always coming through, Pop Up. Little something psychedelic will help me through the evening. It'll help me see God at tonight's sermon, you know? Honestly, don't think I could stand these other Garretts while sober, man. Psychedelics. You serious, dude? Garrett's over there tripping before the sermon? When everybody knows how he is. Shakes his head angrily. Pisses me off, though. Just pisses me off. Yet again, a Garrett has disappointed you. How much more of this are you able to take, dear Garrett? I don't know, man. I'm really starting to lose it. Now, you know what? I'm sick of taking this whole thing seriously while everyone else is a creep, fuck-up, stoner loser. I grew up poor, okay? I didn't have shit growing up. All these degenerates around here coming for money? I wanted something good. I'm tired of always being alone, but forgot these people. I'm not going to space with these clowns. But forget these people. I'm not going to space with these clowns. Plus, my mom's making roast beef tonight. I don't need to be here. And fuck you too, Pawpaw. Freaky little dude. Peace. Oh, I don't know the code. Didn't John throw out some numbers in that app of his? Oh, shit. Let's see. Canada's the only place on Earth. Nowhere to go. Yep, forms, blah blah blah. It's a pit. Garrett's stuck in it. Imbibe. Oh, how many days? 760. Oops. Okay. Thought 760 was the thing. Let's see. This one says 26 Garretts in all. Is there a number in each one? $10, 26, 10, 26, 760. 10, 26, 760. 10, 26, 760. Don't let Garrett tell you who's who. I know, right? Door should be open. Let's check. Breathe, Catherine. Salvation awaits beyond this door. Trippy. Wild. There it is. Catherine holds her hand out to the thing as it draws near. Is it sniffing you? I don't feel so well. Dallas offers her his hand, but it quickly recedes. Super was right, it seems to like you. The messenger sought her for a very long time, it has. An eye of God, an angel, a halo on her head. Catherine stares into the fluid within the sphere. It is a vessel of the divine, and it will lead us to a better world. Where's this better world? There's no way to know. It'll lead us. I've heard enough of your lunacy for one night. And I hear the Garretts gathering beyond the door for John's little sermon. The sphere shrinks in size and hides itself within a fold of Catherine's cloak. Let us go and bend John's ear. Cookies. Here comes the little dweeb. Do you see him? Do you hate him? He's dressed like a funny little clown. Don't you just want to kill him? Look how disgusting and slimy like a salamander. Garretts, thank you for gathering here this evening. Let us please lower our voices so we may pray. He stares upon the crowd before making a sign of the cross. We bow our heads and pray. And the Holy Ghost descended in a body shaped like a dove upon him, and a voice came from heaven. It said, Thou art my beloved Son, in thee I am well pleased. Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, left the Jordan and was led by the Spirit into the wilderness. John looks down at the crowd, whispering the refrain, into the wilderness. Once more. Garretts, I thank you for gathering this evening. While on an excursion to the Ark, I witnessed that which we have long awaited. I was blessed to observe an egg filled with the sublime illuminated chrism of all the faithful. It was mine to behold. What a stupid ass. Not his. Yours, Catherine.
Is someone talking? I'm going to need everyone's attention. The egg was sent from the distant reaches of the Keeper's maze, a beacon to the faithful. It appeared to me in the sky, a dove of pure light but circular, as in the halo above the head of the shepherd of God. The shepherd, as you know, leads not from his own fallen authority. It was the Holy Spirit that hung at the crown of John the Baptist's head upon the moment of its removal.
No spirit will hang upon his head when I rip it from his neck. I can't wait.
Okay, whoever's talking on there, cut it out. This is important. Continuing. The Holy Spirit, radiant and circular as a halo, that is the source of the shepherd's authority in this low world. In the swamp beyond the wall, the Holy Spirit descended from the sky to rest upon my head. And how splendid is the glory of God, that it should come at such a time as this. As we complete the ark, that'll unite us with the world above. The Holy Spirit will fill me.
He will never board the ark.
It will bless me with the knowledge of a twilight language, capable of passing through the walls of this earthly prison, a language that reaches the furthest corners of the accuser's den. Our ark, as was the ladder of Jacob, is a bridge to these higher realms. Tonight, I'll drink the ointment of the Holy Ghost. I'll call upon the faithful who've walked this bridge before us. They'll shine a beacon and guide us to our home. Any questions? No questions? It's a pretty big deal.
Okay, so, I thought this was going to be more like a check-in type thing. This sounds really cool. The egg and stuff sounds super cool. But I want to ask about the new uniforms.
Are you fucking kidding me, Gooch? You're not even supposed to be in here.
I know, I just, no one else was asking anything, so. This new uniform sucks. We're going to space looking like this? Like we work retail? Seriously? Just save it. Nobody cares what you look like in space.
I'm quite pleased with the new outfit.
Dude, you're such a freak. You're like a wild spirit from another dimension.
Why, thank you.
You're like some kind of hellspawn.
Yes, thank you.
Garrett, you okay? You're looking off. I don't mind you guys. Everything's just kind of everywhere right now. We're all just like one thing. Garrett.
What is happening here?
So that's it? We're just sticking with these shirts? I'm with Gooch. I thought we'd be wearing dope robes like John's got. Yeah, bro. Or maybe Templar stuff? Like armor and stuff?
Exactly, powerful stuff. Shut up, please. All of you shut the fuck up. Idiots. You want to lap around dressed like knights?
That'd be tight. You wanted me to call you all Garrett. I call you all Garrett. You want uniforms? I got uniforms. We were an aesthetic community. As the Desert Fathers wore garments of hair, we don humble attire.
You don't.
Yeah, your fit looks cool.
Look like dorks.
Your vanity is blasphemous. Papa strikes to attention. Vanity! The old man laughs to a point of shrieking. Woo! Who among us has not seen the selfies of John? So Papa's decided to join us, has he? That amended ditch man has come. With his pickled brain.
The messenger did not come to you, you fool. You abducted it, and are now holding it captive.
False.
You're not the child of Christ.
Don't even start with that Da Vinci Code bullshit.
Your arrogance will cost your head, Johnny.
Papa turns to Catherine and whispers,
Go, now, to my closet. There's a key with which you may exit this mall.
The foolish, pathetic old man.
On the door is a keypad. The code?
Do you have anything to say to that, you deranged loser?
Go, and listen closely to what I say.
Listen to me, John. Papa and John's argument rings through the quarters of the mall. I waited 2,000 years. Don't start with this shit. One sacrament, three descended. Sacrament, three descended. The messenger seeks only one. 131. Okay, 131, 2000. Oops. Missed the zero. What? Hold on, Garrett's do something. Listen to me, John. Oh, it's 2000. 131. There we go. A bed of straw partially wrapped by a filthy cotton blanket. How long do you figure this guy's been sleeping in here? Long time by the look of it. Who's here first, John or him? Good question. An aluminum rack stocked with cleaning products and janitorial supplies. Is this some kind of utility closet? Must have been, once upon a time. Hold on. Let's save. Youthful Madonna holds the lifeless body of Christ. Okay, so we gotta put something on there eventually. A papyrus scroll. Dallas rubs his fingers over the sheet. Just seems like regular sandwich paper to me. It's blank. Maybe, or maybe there's something on it we just can't see. Wouldn't put it past this guy. Okay. Elephant in the room. The decorative wine cask is made from a thick vinyl material. It has a price sticker partially torn from its face. Someone's in there. Sure seems like it. We need to do something. The hell is this? Another acoustic lock. Hold the button there and speak into it. Here we go again. Oh, okay, so we gotta really... Dale sings into the acoustic lock. Soon they'll be my Garretts. I'm not getting anywhere with this. Oh, John's head. With a shot. Nothing. So did I need to... Shit. Mace. It's plastic. Seriously? It's fake. Oh, shit. I'm missing something. It's fast. Can't get it. Huh. Did I fuck this up? I bought it. I bought the frog phone. The case for the frog phone, at least. Blanket. Can't leave. So there's a key in here somewhere. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Lettering appears on the scroll. Catherine, pray before mother and child through the eye of John. Be patient in your prayer and wait. Oh, Aya John. Hello. Catherine, it's a rather modest cell, isn't it? I've prayed deeply while waiting your arrival. The outcome was never subject to doubt. You are here. You here, the messenger. Here. A moment authored by God. Time will erode your body, but you will not remain on this earth. I will return you to the stars. The bird freak thinks it'll commune with the infinite. Annihilation will be its only home. I have left you a key, my most favored boy. Oh, shoot. Sorry, record that. Bam. Bam. The hasp bursts open as soon as Catherine removes the lock. Man, what the fuck? Who are you? What is this? I gotta get out. Out. Gotta get out. Gotta get out. Relax, we're not gonna hurt you. Where is he? He's not here. You're safe. We need a key. Do you have a key? I have keys. Just move. Fucking move. I gotta go, man. I gotta go. Move. Garrett springs from the casp and pushes his way past Dallas and Catherine, quickly unlocking the door. I guess that was the key pop I was referring to. I don't want to spend another second in this mall. Me either. Let's go. Follow the footprints. That was awful. Worse than City Hall. We've got the stone, now what? Now I bring it to Super Duck and collect our money. No, we're not taking it to Super Duck. What are you talking about? Okay. There it is. How glorious. I hope it wasn't much trouble to secure. It was a complete pain in the... Yes, yes, give it to us. Delicious. It is ours, the ancient knowledge of the cosmos already. We can feel it coursing through our roots. It burns. Yes, you've both done well. It was a long night, but now it's over. The star shines somewhere in the sky, not here, but somewhere. It's a little time before dawn. It wasn't so bad of a job. Could have been worse. We sent a little money to your purse. No sense getting lost in despair tonight. There'll be time for that later. Take the money, go home, forget this night. Die in peace. Goodbye. Finish Act 2. Okay, that's a good place to stop. We have to stop. It's 1:30 in the morning. Super Duck is creepy. Hey!
Hey again, kid. I leave you alone for a couple hours and you nearly get yourself killed. You're lucky I passed by when I did. You're in my place of business on Apple Street, Padu PI.
What happened?
Maybe you can tell me. I'm walking back from the bar, passing by your house when I hear a scream. Ran inside. The damn robot's trying to eat your face off. Had to empty my clip just to slow it down.
Thank you.
Catherine would haunt my ass if I let something happen to you.
Is Million still alive?
I don't think so, kid. Million's back at the house, spread out all over the floor. I don't want this to be too difficult for you. I know that robot was in your family a long time. You're not soft like your brother, so just say it straight. I never trusted her, never. When I heard Catherine brought her into her house, I said to myself, that ought to cause some trouble. Million's a St. Clair unit. That company's bread and butter is in corporate security and espionage. They don't let one of them things just walk away. Anywhere they end up is right where Thomas St. Clair wants them to be, listening, watching. Catherine's a person of interest to them, people. They took advantage of one of her weaknesses, guilt. She blamed Lou's death on herself. She made his life piss poor for a while. The man would work every turnaround he could just to catch a break from it. That's how my daddy told it to me anyhow.
She did what she could.
Well, it's always more complicated than it seems from the outside. When you don't love somebody, there's really no way to let them down easy, is it? But anyway, the way I figure it, Catherine's been trying to make all the heartache up to Blue. But maybe she could use the robot as a, stand-in for Blue, I suppose. Show that robot the love she never showed Blue. So she let us spy into her house. Who are you? Don't do this to me again. I'm famous, alright? Everybody knows about me. Lots to take in, I know. I'm not trying to cause you no more stress, but where the hell's your brother? Still ain't found him?
We were looking for when Million attacked.
I'll be honest, I don't think Million was ever looking for Blake. I think she was looking for something else, no telling what. She's done causing trouble, or so I hope. But we better be sure. Best thing to do is head back to the house, check on the bot, see what we can find about your brother. There was that answering machine on the desk screaming my ear off. Might be worth checking. Oh, before I forget, you dropped your phone. Found it on the ground back at the house. Toilet's right over there. Splash some water on your face and let's roll. That's my mom's phone.
I need to save. Jesus. There's a lot to take in, and I can't even begin to fully explain what the hell is going on. There's so much. This is a ridiculously wild game. I'm loving it. It's fantastic. It's really good. So we'll be back. We'll probably come back on Saturday. We'll do a Saturday and Sunday stream because of the holidays. Lip says that Million betrayed you. No, Lip. No, Lip. Million's got the key. It had to happen so that we could get into Million's brains. We need to get into Million's brains. Don't worry, Million is not a betrayer. We just haven't figured it out yet. Alright, let's go see who we got going on here. Dude, Lip, it's a pleasure. Thank you for hanging out this whole time. Keeping me company. Let's see who's on. Let's go say I haven't got to raid them for a long time. Let's go raid Gunstar Heroes. He's playing some Xbox 360 games. I don't know exactly what, but let's go say hi. I haven't said hello to him in a long time. So I'll be back Saturday night, most likely. Check the Discord if things go awry, Twitter, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And we'll be back Saturday night, I think, 9 p.m. to finish this game and start Citizen Sleeper as I throw things. Good night, everybody. And as always, T-Humor. Farewell. Goodbye. Thank you, Lip. Thank you, Anomus. Thank you, Sakanaga. Woo. Thank you, everybody.